o'clock. I request everybody to settle down. Thank you. I request everybody to be silent. The guest is right outside the venue.
Our guests have arrived. Let's welcome them with a cordial applause. Good morning, Alphonsians. We all are gathered here to be a part of the national seminar, Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, organized by the Postgraduate Department of English of our college in collaboration with the School of Letters of Mahatma Gandhi University. It's a great opportunity for us to get a deeper knowledge about some topics, and it's our responsibility to make use of it in a fabulous manner. It's my pleasure to invite everyone to this event today. It is rightly said, prayer is not an asking, it's a longing of the soul. Let's join our hearts for an incredible expression of faith and a powerful gesture of love towards the Almighty. I welcome Kirtana S. for the prayer song.
നന്മയാകുന്ന കാന്തി കാണുവാൻ കണ്ണിനാകേണമേ നല്ല വാക്കിൻ്റെ ശീലു ചൊല്ലുവാൻ നാവിനാകേണമേ സ്നേഹമാകുന്ന ദീപമോ എൻ്റെ കാതിനിണയാകണേ സത്യമെന്നുള്ള ശീലമൂടെ ഞാൻ ശാന്തി അറിയണമേ ആ ഭൂമി അമ്മയെന്നറിയുവാനുള്ള ബോധമുണ്ടാകണേ ജീവജാലങ്ങളാകെയും ജന്മബന്ധുവായിടണേ ജാതിഭേദങ്ങളെന്ന ശാപമോ ദൂരെ മറയണമേ ലോകമൊന്നെന്ന പാഠമെന്നുമെൻ മനസ്സിലെഴുതേണമേ ആ
I welcome Dr. Sonia Sebastian, Head of the English Department of the prestigious Alphonsa College, Pala, for the welcome speech and for the presentation for the welcome speech.
Respected Manager, Very Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tadatil, Vice Principal of the College, Dr. Sister Minimal Matthew, Bursar of the College, Father Kuriakos Velachalil, our Chief Resource Person, Dr. V.K. Karthika, Convener of the seminar, Dr. Rosemary Philip, dear participants, members of the faculty, and my dear students. I stand before you with immense pleasure and a genuine sense of excitement as we gather here today for a thought-provoking exploration into the realm of language, literature, and expression. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to this national seminar on Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, organized by our department in academic collaboration with School of Letters, MG University, and supported by the Department of Student Services, MG University. As we know, in the corridors of academia, Alphonsa College remains a stimulating power of intellectual curiosity, and being a part of this institution, our department always strives for literary discoveries. Today, we come together not merely as students or faculty members or researchers, but as enthusiasts of the written and spoken word. This seminar is not just an event, it's a celebration of language's power to shape ideas, challenge perceptions, and illuminate the human experience. In the seminar, we are not only to celebrate the diversity of narratives that have shaped our collective consciousness, but also to explore the exciting intersections we identify between ancient narratives and the frontiers of AI-generated literature. Since the concept note and academic discussions are to follow on the topic, let me do the duty entrusted on me. It's a great pleasure to extend our heartfelt welcome to our esteemed manager, Very Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tadatil, whose vision and guidance have been instrumental in making this seminar a reality. He keeps the doors of his office open for us all the time and keeps his mind broad enough to cater to all our academic and professional needs. Dear Father, your support fuels our commitment to academic excellence, and we are grateful for the gracious presence today. On behalf of the Alphonsian English fraternity, I welcome you wholeheartedly to this program. Our principal, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, is like a Hercules who is capable of doing anything and everything for the welfare of this college. He is not present today as he is attending a principal's conference, but he promptly deputed our esteemed vice principal, Dr. Sister Minimal Matthew, to preside over this program. She, being the head of the Department of Malayalam, might be the person who has conducted the highest number of seminars here in this college. Dear sister, your commitment to fostering an environment of intellectual curiosity and innovation has paved the way for events like these that bridge tradition and modernity. Welcome, sister. Our bursar, Reverend Father Kuriakos Velachalil, has proved himself a man of vision in a very short period of time. His expertise and dedication will undoubtedly contribute to the financial well-being and success of this institution. I welcome you, Father, to this. Dr. V.K. Karthika, our plenary speaker, is an assistant professor of English in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, NIT Trichy. She has a post-graduation in TESOL from the University of Leeds, UK, and a PG in English Literature and Language and Literature from Pondicherry Central University. She obtained her PhD from FLU. She is a reviewer of many reputed journals and a recipient of many honors and awards. We are thankful to you, ma'am, for acceding to our request to be our chief resource person. I extend you a very warm welcome. School of Letters, MG University, is always our academic partner in organizing events like this. I thank the director, Dr. Joske Manuel, for the staunch support we receive from them. I welcome the students and faculty members of the School of Letters to this seminar. Dr. Abraham K. Samuel, the director of the Department of Student Services, MG University, also has promised to be here to felicitate this program, but unfortunately, he is not able to be here now. In his absence, I extend him a hearty welcome. And then a very special welcome to the person behind this program, the person who has spearheaded all these activities, Ms. Rosemary Phillip, the convener of this seminar. A special welcome is reserved for our valued sponsors and collaborators. Their support has been indispensable in bringing this event to fruition. It's through such collaborations that we can create space for meaningful dialogue and academic exploration. We are deeply grateful to all the sponsors of this program. And to the distinguished participants, both speakers and attendees, I extend a hearty welcome. Your presence is a testament to your commitment to the pursuit of knowledge, and we look forward to the insights and discussions that will unfold over the course of this seminar. And our heartfelt welcome also goes to our dedicated teachers who are not just educators but mentors, guiding students on their academic journey. Your presence adds immense value to this gathering, and we appreciate your continued dedication to the intellectual development of our students. And a very special welcome to all my dear colleagues of the Department of English. It is their meticulous planning and execution under the convenership of Dr. Rosemary Phillip that made this seminar a reality. A very warm welcome to our students, the heartbeat of our academic community. Your enthusiasm, your curiosity, your thirst for knowledge are the driving force behind events like this. We hope this seminar serves as an inspiration for your academic pursuits, and it will encourage you to engage with diverse narratives that shape our world. Last, but really, the very first one to be mentioned at the outset of this seminar is our late head of the department, Reverend Dr. Joseph, under whose guidance and support the department initiated national conferences and seminars a few years back. Even the concept of this particular seminar, Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, is his own. He wanted us to conduct seminars every year for the academic growth of both the students and the teachers. His untimely departure is, of course, a great loss to us. Dear Joseph, your department wants to let you know that we promise to fulfill the academic goals you have set and believe that you will intercede for us in heaven. As we stand at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, conventional writings and technology-supported language-oriented writings, let this seminar be a catalyst for further exploration and discovery. May the connections forged and insights gained during this event inspire continued dialogue, research, and creativity in the realms of narratives and beyond. Thank you, and let the exploration begin.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Rosmi Katur for the presentation of the concept note. Please, ma'am.
Very Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Taratil, the manager of Alphonsa College, Dr. Minimol Matthew, our vice principal, Reverend Father Kuriakos Velachalil, our bursar, Dr. Karthika VK, our resource person, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, the head of the department, Dr. Rosemary Phillip, our convener, invited guests, faculty members, dear students. I stand here with immense joy to present the concept note. Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, sums up a multifaceted exploration at the intersection of literature, technology, and imagination. Odyssey suggests a comprehensive journey through the evolving landscape of literature, emphasizing the exploration of new forms, narratives, and genres. The first part of the title, Literary Odyssey, in the context of the development of fiction from oral tradition to AI-generated writing signifies the transformative and expansive journey that storytelling has undertaken throughout the ages. This concept talks about the evolution of fictional narratives, highlighting the significant shifts and advancements in storytelling methods, technologies, and creative expressions. The earliest form of storytelling was oral, when narratives were passed down through generations verbally. Then there came the advent of writing systems. Stories were recorded on various media, such as papyrus, scrolls, and manuscripts. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the 15th century revolutionized the dissemination of literature. Over time, literary movements such as the Romantic period, Realism, Modernism, and Postmodernism introduced new styles and perspectives to storytelling. These movements reflected changing cultural, social, and philosophical ideologies. The advent of the digital age brought about new media for storytelling, including electronic literature. Interactive narratives, hypertext fiction, and multimedia storytelling expanded the possibilities of how stories could be presented and consumed. In the contemporary landscape, artificial intelligence has entered the realm of literature. AI algorithms can analyze vast data sets, mimic writing styles, and even generate original content. This marks a new frontier in storytelling where technology plays a role in the creation of narratives. Throughout this literary odyssey, the essence of storytelling remains a constant, but the tools and methods have evolved dramatically. The transition from oral tradition to AI-generated writing symbolizes the dynamic nature of human creativity and our ongoing exploration of new frontiers in the realm of fiction. The journey continues, with each era leaving its mark on the rich areas of literary expression. The phrase "beyond belief" takes on a nuanced meaning, reflecting the evolution and expansion of storytelling across different eras and technological advancements. This serves as a thread connecting different epochs in the development of fiction. It acknowledges the persistent human inclination to explore the extraordinary, challenge perceptions, and stretch the limits of imagination, whether through oral traditions, written works, or the emerging landscape of AI-generated storytelling. The phrase "beyond belief" also hints at the astonishing, almost incredulous developments in AI and the profound implications for literature. It suggests that AI is ushering in literary changes and possibilities that were previously unimaginable, challenging our traditional beliefs about what literature is and can be. The second part of the title, "Sprouting the Unreal," encapsulates the continuous growth and evolution of imaginative and fantastical elements within storytelling. This phrase emphasizes the dynamic nature of fiction, where authors across different eras and technological advancements have cultivated and expanded upon unreal or extraordinary concepts. This can include AI-generated texts, storytelling, and novel literary genres that defy conventional understandings. Discussions might revolve around the impact of AI on literary analysis, its role as a tool or collaborator in the creative process, the emergence of AI-driven genres, and ethical considerations in AI. To conclude, this seminar attempts to create a deeper understanding of how narratives shape our perception of reality, culture, and technology. Through this endeavor, we hope to pave the way for a more profound appreciation of the power of storytelling in all its forms. I wish you all a fruitful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have the distinct pleasure of inviting Dr. Sister Minimol Matthew, Vice Principal of Alphonsa College, to address the gathering and share her thoughts on the significance of our seminar and the journey ahead.
Respected guests on the dais, our manager, Monsignor Very Reverend Dr. Joseph Tadathil, Bursar of our college, Reverend Father Kuriakos Vallachalil, resource person of the seminar, Dr. V.K. Karthika, HOD of the English Department, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, convener of the seminar, Dr. Rosemary Philip, faculty member, Ms. Rosmi Katur, faculty, research scholars, and students from various colleges, staff and students of our college. I stand before you with great pleasure and a profound sense of honor as we gather here for the National Seminar on Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal. This event marks a pivotal moment in our collective exploration of the intricate tapestry of human storytelling, spanning the ancient myths that have shaped civilizations to the cutting-edge narratives emerging in the era of artificial intelligence. Our journey begins with an acknowledgement of the enduring power of narratives. Throughout history, myths have served as the bedrock of cultural identity, transmitting wisdom, values, and shared experiences across generations. Today, as we venture into the realm of artificial intelligence, we witness a new chapter unfolding, one where technology intersects with the very essence of our storytelling traditions. This seminar is a testament to our collective commitment to understanding and navigating this intersection. Our distinguished panel of speakers and scholars will delve into the richness of mythological narratives and explore how these age-old stories continue to influence and inspire the narratives emerging in the realm of artificial intelligence. As we embark on this intellectual odyssey, let us keep in mind the profound impact narratives have on our perception of the world. They shape our beliefs, influence our decisions, and connect us across time and space. In the age of artificial intelligence, where machines are learning to tell stories, we must grapple with the questions of ethics, responsibility, and the very nature of human experience. I encourage each one of you to actively engage in the discussions, to challenge preconceptions, and to contribute your insights to the ongoing dialogue. Our collective wisdom, drawn from the deep well of myths to the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, has the potential to illuminate new pathways for storytelling that resonate with the complexities of our ever-evolving society. May this national seminar be a crucible of ideas, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration and pushing the boundaries of our understanding. I extend my deepest appreciation to the organizers, participants, and sponsors who have made this event possible. Your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge is the driving force behind the success of this gathering. To the organizers, the Department of English, Alphonsa College, Pala, your dedication to curating a platform that fosters the exchange of ideas, insights, and creativity is commendable. By bringing together experts, scholars, and enthusiasts, you have not only enriched the discourse on narratives, but have also catalyzed a dialogue that transcends time seamlessly, weaving ancient wisdom with the possibilities of the future. In closing, let us embrace the narratives that bind us, whether ancient or emerging, and recognize the transformative power they hold. Together, let us navigate the journey from myths to artificial intelligence, forging a future where our narratives continue to shape a world marked by empathy, understanding, and innovation. Thank you, and may this seminar be a source of inspiration and enlightenment for all.
Thank you, sister, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. Next, it's my privilege to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Very Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tadathil, to deliver the inaugural address and officially inaugurate the seminar.
President of the meeting, our Vice Principal, Dr. Sister Minimol Matthew, our Bursar, Reverend Father Kuriakos Valachalil, Head of the English Department, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, Convener of the seminar, Dr. Rosemary Philip, our Chief Resource Person, Dr. V.K. Karthik. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the national seminar titled Literary Odyssey, Beyond the Belief, Perhaps the Myth, Sprouting the Unreal. And the Department of English has invested much effort to make this seminar a reality. And I take this opportunity to congratulate the department head, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, and the faculty members and the students on their venture. And the seminar is titled, as you know, Literary Odyssey, Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, recollecting the famous epic poem of Homer, describing the adventurous journey of Odysseus, or we see Ulysses, from the city of Troy. Today we embark on a journey of intellectual exploration, tracing the evolution of narratives from ancient myths that have shaped the very core of our cultures to the cutting-edge realm of AI-generated stories that captivate our imaginations in the 21st century. As we gather here in this assembly, we recognize the profound influence literature has had on human societies throughout history. Stories, myths, and narratives serve as the threads that weave the fabric of our cultural identity, transmitting values, shaping worldviews or Weltanschauung, and bringing the gaps across time and space. The theme of our seminar, Literary Odyssey, Sprouting the Unreal, invites us to contemplate the rich tapestry of human creativity and expression, from the mythical tales of our ancestors to the innovative narratives emerging from the synergy of human minds and artificial intelligence. The concept of Literary Odyssey signifies a continuous and transformative journey, much like the evolution of narratives over centuries. Our exploration begins with the ancient myths, the foundational narratives that have transcended generations, providing a lens through which we understand our collective history and shared humanity. These myths, often considered the cornerstone of literature, have not only entertained but have also served as vessels carrying the wisdom and cultural heritage of civilizations. In the present era, we find ourselves at the intersection of tradition as well and innovation. The advent of artificial intelligence marks a paradigm shift in how stories are conceived, crafted, and shaped. AI-generated narratives challenge preconceived notions of authorship, creativity, and the very essence of storytelling. It is a testament to the dynamism of human ingenuity that we can now collaborate with the machines to create narratives that stretch the boundaries of our imagination. Throughout this seminar, we will delve into the nuances of this literary odyssey, exploring the ways in which myths and AI-generated narratives complement and contrast with each other. Our distinguished speakers and scholars will share their insights, shedding light on the profound connections between the timeless tales of antiquity and the futuristic narratives conceived by algorithms. as we engage in thoughtful discussions and exchange ideas, let us remain mindful of the transformative power inherent in literature and storytelling. Whether born from the depths of ancient myths or synthesized by artificial intelligence, narratives possess the ability to transcend barriers, foster understanding, and spark the flames of creativity. I extend my deepest appreciation to the Department of English once again, the organizing committee, our esteemed speakers, and all the participants for contributing to the realization of this intellectual endeavor. May this seminar be a beacon of enlightenment, inspiring us to navigate the ever-evolving sea of literature with a curiosity and open-mindedness and a commitment of understanding the rich tapestry of our literary heritage. Thank you all, and may our literary Odyssey be a source of inspiration and enlightenment for all. With this, I declare this seminar inaugurated.
We are absolutely honored to invite Very Reverend Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tadathil to kindle the flame of enlightenment and officially inaugurate our event. Just as the Lamb enlightens the surroundings, may the wisdom and awareness shine upon us forever. Thank you, Father, for gracing us with your presence and inspiring us with your words. It's time to deliver the word of thanks. Let me invite on stage Dr. Rosemary Phillip, convener of the National Seminar, to deliver her words. Please, ma'am.
The distinguished guests on the dais, dear teachers, participants from various colleges, colleagues, and my dear students, a very warm good morning. Lucky are we if we are put to sleep by the stories of our mother and grandmother, because we are not far away from a future where we are to see our children put to sleep by a robot that may resemble you, or maybe by a Siri or an Alexa. As we are swiftly approaching where our imagination collaborates seamlessly with AI storytellers, this seminar reminds us that literature is not what just being written on a page. It's about the worlds we can imagine and the boundaries that we can push, just like AI creating its own story and ancient myth finding relevance today. This is not just an academic event. It's a celebration of that boundless creativity, but it should be with a caution. To tell a tale of caution, I remember the story that is being told in Greek mythology, the story of Daedalus and Icarus. I know that many of you know the story, but remember what happened to young Icarus, who engaged himself, who embraced the innovation that was made by his father by building wings using wax and feathers. When he soared high up in the sky, he forgot where is the limit and what happened to him. His father, Daedalus, could only watch his son falling low to the depth of the sea. So there is this caution. When we are moving into the moment of singularity, when human capabilities and AI intelligence is going to merge together, and we are going to be a myth, say maybe after 100 or 200 years. People will not believe that we human beings existed without the powers of an AI. So now, as we have come to the close of the inauguration of the National Seminar, I would like to begin by expressing my deepest appreciation and gratitude to the very many present here. First of all, our heartfelt gratitude is extended to our manager, Monsignor Dr. Joseph Tadathil, whose auspicious inauguration of this function and your presence and support have been the source of immense strength and encouragement for all of us. We are deeply thankful for your invaluable participation, Father. Next, I would like to thank our Vice Principal, Dr. Sister Minimal Matthew, for presiding over our function and delivering the presidential address with words of great wisdom in the absence of our Principal, Reverend Dr. Shaji John. Next, I would like to thank the bursar of our college, Reverend Father Kuriakos Velachalil, for being here with your graceful presence. Thank you, Father. I would like to thank Dr. Karthika VK for making it a point that it is with such ease that you make your presence felt. Thank you. I cannot proceed without acknowledging and welcoming our head of the department, without acknowledging the appreciation and the support that she has given us, Dr. Sonia Sebastian. Thank you for welcoming us and making each participant feel valued and respected. Next, I would like to thank the School of Director, Dr. Joske Manuel, in his absence, for collaborating with us for this endeavor. And also a thanks to our DSS coordinator, Sri Abraham K. Samuel, for agreeing to financially support us, and whose presence would have been great, but he has said that he wished to come here, but he had prior engagements. So thank you to him. Then in the absence of our principal, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, I must express our collective appreciation for his unwavering support and encouragement in organizing this seminar. Next, I would like to thank the esteemed guests, faculties from various colleges, teachers from other departments for supporting us with your erudite presence. Thank you. Now to my esteemed colleagues in the English department, your dedication and tireless efforts have been the backbone of this event. The success of this seminar is a testament to your commitment and your passion for literature. Thank you, my dear colleagues. To the vibrant student body, your enthusiasm and active participation has infused this seminar with energy and dynamism. Your engagement has been crucial in making this event lively and fruitful exchange of ideas. Thank you, my dear students. Our sincere thanks also goes to the non-teaching staff whose diligent efforts had ensured the seamless execution of this event. Your contributions, often behind the scenes, are integral to the success of such endeavors. The seminar is a journey of intellectual exploration, which is made possible by the collective efforts and contributions of each and everyone present here. I extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants from different parts of our country joining for paper presentations live through our department YouTube channel. Last but not least, I cannot but not end my words without paying homage to our late former head of the department, Dr. Joseph R. Joseph. His untimely demise has caused great loss for us, as Sonia has said, but his vision, leadership, and enduring legacy will continue to inspire us all. We dedicate the success of this seminar to his cherished memory. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I declare the inaugural ceremony of the National Seminar, Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, officially concluded. It's time to start the seminar session. I invite Milalis Tom of SDC English to introduce Dr. Karthika VK, our Chief Resource Person for the seminar.
Introducing Dr. V.K. Karthika for the National Seminar at Alphonsa College, Pala. Dr. V.K. Karthika, Assistant Professor of English at NIT Trichy, holds a PhD in English Language Education from FLU, Hyderabad. She earned her Master's degree in TESOL Studies from the University of Leeds, England, and a Master's in English and Comparative Literature with first rank and gold medal from Pondicherry University, India. She completed her BA in English Language and Literature with second rank from Mahatma Gandhi University, India. With expertise in ELD, linguistics, second language acquisition, and critical discourse analysis, Dr. Karthika has been invited to offer training sessions at prestigious institutions. She has received awards including the ICSSR Fellowship and the Tedley and Lupton Scholarship from the University of Leeds, England. Her interdisciplinary research focuses on communicative peace, sustainable development goals, and the philosophy of education. We are delighted to welcome Dr. V.K. Karthika as a resource person for handling the first session of this national seminar at Alphonsa College, Pala. Welcome, ma'am.
I hope I'm audible. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for those lovely words of introduction. I would like to begin by thanking Dr. Rose, who has contacted me and invited me for this program. And it's really nice to be with you all back in Kerala once again. And feels really nice to see so many young faces, many of them filled with lots of curiosity. So, and nice to find a friend over here whom I met long back, and then we could see each other on Facebook. So thank you, Subin, for being here. I have a few reservations before I begin. Is there a slide changer? Okay. Right, that should be slightly difficult, but we will manage, yeah? Um, so, when I chose this topic, I did not have an idea about what kind of an audience would be in front of me. So, maybe many of you will find this very radical, yeah, quite surprising sometimes. Little heavy to take, maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, so with those reservations, you will anticipate something, and if I pitch it a little low, we are good to go. Yeah, you will see what it is. So, as you could see, I was thinking about beginning beginning with the topic itself. But then, Dr. Rose has told you a story for which I have a tail end to fill up. This is quite like a serendipity, okay? I didn't think that Rose is going to talk about Icarus and Daedalus. So we'll begin with that. So she said that you should be very careful when it comes to the kind of Icarus fate that might await us if we don't take the technology with a pinch of salt, or maybe, all kind of advancements with a kind of apprehension, and we shouldn't go too close to the sun whatsoever. But then the tail end goes to the fate of Daedalus, okay? Looking at his son flying down, or maybe, just going deep down into the sea after his feathers are lost and burned and all, he felt really sad about it. And he thought, this fate should not happen to me. Therefore, let me fly down, right? So he flew so down, very close to the waves. What happened? You know the story of the feathers, right? The wings. They're made up of wax, and then the feathers that he picked up from the island and all. So the humidity made his feathers feel really heavy, and he sank, and he died too. So this is the tail end of Daedalus. Now I will leave it as a thought for you when you are thinking about advancements, theoretical understanding, and then when it comes to the praxis. What caution should we take? Or as I said, take it with a pinch of salt. Not too high, not too low, just like a middle course kind of policy that we need to take. So here also, when I say certain things, already you might know, because you might have your feminism classes in place. So several of the things that I'm going to talk about is familiar to you. But again, take it with a pinch of salt. Activate that acumen that, that helps you to question. So sit here with that faculty of questioning open. Shall we go to the first slide? I have some premises to begin with. Yeah, I think I will be good with a cordless mic. Can I use that? Yeah. So I have some kind of premises to make. We will begin with that. Not sure if it is visible to you people. It is written as popular culture employs benevolent sexism to reinforce gender stereotypes. So you know what is popular culture, and I would like to argue that when we are thinking about the products of popular culture, be it advertisements, be it newspaper articles, or maybe the posters of the films or songs, soap operas, films, whatever they are, they kind of employ benevolent sexism. This might be slightly a new word for you, but the concept we all know, because we have all become a part of this, or all became a subject of this at some point of time in our lives. So, next point. Then I would like to also argue that counter discourses to gender stereotyping subscribes to the dominant ideology, and the dominant ideology always being patriarchy. Yeah, whether you like it or not, that is the reality. And whenever we are actually trying to counter these kind of stereotyping, we are again going back to the norms of patriarchy, because the power is vested in the hands of that stratum. Next. Then, women-centered myths may be employed to redefine modernity. So we have been talking about the tradition and modernity kind of balancing. And whenever it comes to a mythical kind of adaptation, you look at it, you can see the women playing a very important role, not as in the story of Daedalus and Icarus, but I'll tell you what are these myths. I think I'll end with that. Next. Now, what is benevolent sexism? If we had time, I would have made it as an interactive session where I could just ask you, what do you understand by benevolent sexism? Think about it. See, these researchers say that it's a sexist view that women need additional help. So basically, you're carrying something and then there is a man next to you and he feels like you should be helped, right? So theorists say that this is called benevolent sexism because inherently there is a point that you're not capable of doing that, therefore I'm extending you the help or the support, right? So now again, take it with a pinch of salt. You think about it, you are carrying like 20 kilo of something and somebody offers to help you. You need to think whether it's an enabling thing or enslaving thing, that you are being helped, okay? Thank you. Then what you can see is that through this benevolent sexism, what happens is that assertion of your dependency or our dependency. So when somebody asks you to help you or put it as some kind of an action that is intended for your benefit, and you realize that this is a different kind of sexism. Benevolent, kind, right? So very kind, compassionate kind of a sexism. And you are being classified as objects or subjects who are to be protected or what are to be protected. I hope these premises are clear. Now, what happens as a result of this benevolent sexism? I am being helped by my father, husband, or brother for such a long time for any single thing that I do. There is kind of a dependency that becomes a part of my character. Whatever comes, I go to them and seek help from. When I am capable of doing it myself with whatever little flaws here and there, whatever problems here and there, I can manage that. But because I was subjected to this benevolent sexism, I end up depending on someone. So you look at the dependency principle that is being inculcated into our character, our brains and our minds because we are subjected to benevolent sexism from the time that we are born, right? Jai, 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 hey, somebody calls it your minds, very, very coincidental. And these are the pictures from there. You can't see that, I understand. So you remember, if you have watched that film, as my talk is totally on films, I'll be taking a lot of reference from films. So you remember the sequence where Jaya, the little Jaya, sits on top of a tree and her uncle comes and says that, oh no, you will fall down, come down, and takes her down. And that's a very benevolent kind of act, very nice person. Her friend says, oh yeah, that is taking care of you. But then she gives the other end of the story, says that that is not why this girl is climbing up like a man. So in the name of protection, what is happening there? Some kind of an inculcation of value system is happening that you are a girl, you are not supposed to sit on the branch just like how boys do, right? So such kind of uncles and aunts are plenty in our households, right? And next slide. Now, what are the consequences of benevolent sexism? There is something called self-surveillance. Yeah, I'm not sure how this generation Z is going to look at it, but me not being from that generation, born during the 1980s, I can say that there was lots of self-surveillance that was actually happening. in my life. So people say things, people help me, people try to be nice to me, carry my luggage or then help me to do certain things. There is this inherent kind of dependency that I generated all for myself. And this made me even surveil or made me even scrutinize the kind of body that I have. Okay? So now when I say body, it's actually the physique plus the character, the entity called Kartika, right? So when people are around me who are protectors, who are so benevolent, kind and compassionate enough to take care of me, they point out, yeah, you are putting on weight. You have curly hair. Maybe you should try doing this. Or long hair that doesn't look good, you should cut it short. All so that you will look better. I mean, these things happened in my childhood or maybe during my adolescent age. And then these are all part of their benevolent deeds. They didn't want any bad things for me, did they? They didn't. They all intended the good for me. But was it good for me? How did I feel when I heard those comments? And this made me very conscious of that body that I have, the physical body plus the internal, internalized kind of a body that I have. In the Foucault terms, if you remember, the political technology of the body. So Foucault and his theories, I believe, or just read it, you will understand what is this political technology of body. The body is not independent, the human body is not independent of any kind of political interactions that happen around you. And here the politics that I talk about is the gender politics, right? And the interactions that happen around you in the society will have some kind of implications, or it will have some kind of an imprint being made into your brain or your mind to define yourself. This is what he calls us, these researchers call as self-surveillance. We become very conscious about our own existence as a physical body, as a character, and then, as an individual, with the essence that we have of our character, whatsoever you want to call it. And then what happens is that internalized oppression. Who is oppressing you? Not the external person, but you yourself become the harshest critic of yours. And then you are talking a language that is being told by that benevolent sexist, not you. So every moment you say something, it's not your voice that your brain hears, it's the other person's voice. But do you know that? You don't know. It's just like, how Ganga transforms into Nagavali and Nagavali comes back to Ganga. If you go back to Manichitrathazha, yeah? So this kind of an oppression always happens. And none of us are free from that. And how do you free yourself is a challenge, right? And how is literature trying to help you, or how is literary theory trying to help you, is something that you need to investigate and find out. You can learn all the theories about feminism and, womanism and everything else, but then still you can be a slave to your own kind of apprehensions and what he calls is the political technology of body. Now, patriarchy finds its way to psychologically and emotionally overpower the women folk by employing this kind of a mechanism that they say things for our benefit, but eventually we become quite categorized by ourselves into their own models. So who is modeling the entire notion of myself? It's not me, but it's the notions that this patriarchal society has constructed around me. And then this abstract concept of honor. Yeah? How is honor playing a very important role in a woman's life? Where do you get this idea of honor? Things have changed quite a lot. People have become very progressive in their thoughts, but still there is a lot of interpellation. You know that Marxist criticism technology, I believe, otherwise go back to M.H. Abrams and read about it. Basic understanding of interpellation. So we are interpellated by the ideologies of patriarchy in a sense that we don't really know about it, but we consume it and we become that. Yeah? The Deleuze-Guattari terms of becoming. Be affected by something and becoming that particular person that the patriarchy envisaged us to become. Next, please. Now, I don't know whether this is visible. For you people, this lady might be known as Bahubali's mother. But for my generation people, she is always Neelambari. Yeah? A character from the Tamil movie Padayappa. Don't think that I'm from Tiruchirappalli, therefore I'm bringing all the Tamil people along with me. But this is a very interesting kind of an example, a trope as such. You have a kind of a parallel if you read Great Expectations. Great Expectations, Mrs. Havisham, right? Yeah. So if you think about that character, you know, somebody who's closing herself down inside a room for so many years, and then with all the vengeance, and you know, she's torturing herself, all that. So look at this woman, and then we have something from Rebecca West. She says that people call me a feminist when I express some sentiments which makes me quite different from a doormat. So if I am differentiating myself from a doormat who allows anybody to step on me, then I am a feminist. The moment I start saying about the rights, people call me a feminist. I don't even qualify to be a feminist. But the moment when we talk about our own rights, we are classified. And feminism is, you know the kind of social media language, which I hate, I don't use it. So, but you have it in your head, right? How certain female actresses or some people who are talking against the chauvinism in the film industry are classified as, or that Malayali, or what do you say, that Keralaized kind of term of feminism, yeah? Next point. So a woman who asserts her identity is always a problem for the society, and women are expected to belong. So this belongingness is something that everybody expects from us. Whichever institution, be it the college, be it the family, be it whatever unit of the society, we have to belong to that thing, starting from the very basic kind of a unit. So all important discourses of patriarchy actually wants us to belong. Now I have two pictures from a familiar movie, but you can't see that. This is from a movie called English Winglish. You might have watched it, Sridevi's final movie. And I took it from the Tamil version of it. So the first picture, I'll just explain, is the scene where Sridevi wants to speak during the marriage function of her niece, but then her husband stops her because she doesn't know English. So language is a barrier there, and she's being stopped by her husband. Whereas in the second one, her first flight to the US, and Amitabh Bachchan or Ajit, whoever you want to place there, is trying to help her in ordering some water or calling the air hostess for help. So one of this is enabling and the other one is enslaving, or what I called in the beginning as benevolent sexism. So as you cannot see the picture, I'll just give you the answer. The first one is enslaving because he is trying to help her. But is that what she wants? She wants to speak. You will see that at the end of it. She stands up and with all her cracked and broken English, she says what she wanted to say. She says that marriage should not be, or family should not be judgmental. She says that. So this is what she wanted to do, but he assumes that he has to protect her from humiliation, because others are going to humiliate her if she is going to speak such bad English. So he tries to protect her. So that is exactly what I called as benevolent sexism, something that is quite contrary to or antithesis of what she actually wanted, right? The second case is that he gives an example. This is how you have to do that, and whenever you want, you can do this. That is enabling. Think about your people around you, or the literary characters that come to your life, or to your reading life, who are such enablers, who are such people who are endorsing your enslavement. Just think about it. Now, one or two more, yes. Some problem with the slide. One more, yes. The first picture is from a film called Astitwa. This is a must-watch film if you would like to look at feminism in a particular angle. There are problems, obviously, but it's a little old kind of movie. One of its kind, actually. And Tabu is a woman who's actually kind of a domesticated person. But was that the character that she had, or was that her personality? Nobody questions it. At one particular point of time, she realizes that her husband cannot accommodate her at all. Just like the Nora in Ibsen's work, Doll's House, yeah? So she has to just go out. Along with her goes her son's fiancé and several other women. So just like how the recently, demised film director K.G. George's characters in Adaminte Variyalla. So if you look at the last frame of the film, all the women go out and they push the camera aside, and then they just leave themselves out or unleash all their spirits into the society and just go away, right? So such kind of Noras exist in our movies, in our literature. The second one is actually looking at the agency more clearly. So in the first case, Tabu's husband is always an asserting kind of person. He determines what she likes. He determines what she doesn't like. He determines what kind of life she wants or what was her past. Everything is determined by this husband. In the second case also, you look at it. If you feel what you said is wrong, apologize to me. That's what he says. What for? Because he didn't behave well at the dining table. She questioned it from the great Indian kitchen. Then there is a problem. You look at the ego that works there. When you look at characters, even in Pride and Prejudice, as a text as, which I don't like, but if you go back to that, what is this Pride and Prejudice play there? You look at it. Whose ego is winning or whose argument is winning always? It's slightly problematic because it's by Jane Austen, whom I don't like. Next slide. Again, picture, Dolare. Yeah, a beautiful song from the old movie Devdas. If you look at the song sequence, it's a brilliant, colorfully crafted kind of a song, which is really nice, and the lyrics are also wonderful, just like, the recent one, Pinga Gapuri. So if you look at the dance sequence, there is nothing problematic in that. We all accept it. It's a lot of merrymaking, wonderful kind of a sequence. I wanted to play a bit of the song, but then we didn't know whether it works. Next slide. Now this is problematic because these are pictures from the recent Karan Johar politically correct, trying to be politically correct kind of a film called Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani. Something like that. Whatever, it's not different from whatever craps he has been producing. So just same as that. But he just wants to be politically correct, and there is a clear kind of endorsement that he wanted to give to the female question and all, but he miserably fails at whatever points. So if you look at the second picture, that is Ranbir, I have confusion, whichever person, he dressed up as he dressed up as a woman, maybe? No, Kathak dancer, right? He dresses up as a Kathak dancer to prove that art is not gendered. This is another area of research that I'm so interested in. When you juxtapose this political technology of body along with that. So, which Kapoor is this? Ranbir Singh? Oh, my daughter would have known this. One person say. Ranbir Singh. Yeah, so Ranbir Singh, he dresses up as the Kathak dancer because his potential future father-in-law was insulted by his family. Therefore, he wanted to prove that I have a wish to dance for such a long time. My father, Tijori or someone, didn't allow me to dance. So this is the occasion for me to take double revenge. Yeah, so overcoming all the obstacles, he went on the Durga Puja day. Look at the significance of the day. Karan Johar thought that he is very brilliant, okay, whatsoever. We are better than him. He didn't know that. So he put up all the Durga statue and everything, and these two people in deep red color. You look at the costumes also, it's very interesting. They both danced on the stage. And I really wish you could have seen the first picture where Jaya Bachchan, right? She's shocked. She's shocked beyond any kind of limit, and she is totally like petrified by the performance of her grandchild. She can't believe that he is dancing on a stage, and that too a Kathak dance. Can't believe it. This is not part of my clan. So what is happening there? Dance is gendered. Yeah, Kathak is a gendered dance. Not just that, my clan, my patriarchal sentiments. Look at it. Who is the patriarch there? That's a woman, right? And look at the Laddu advertisement, if you remember. All the women cook. And the girl, Alia, comes in and says that, what nonsense. And then they start thinking. The marketing manager knew that that is the trend in the society. Because of all the social media revolutions, they change the plan and they come up with something politically very correct kind of an advertisement. All the men cook. All the men make laddus. And the laddus become quite famous. And still the laddus preserve the name of this lady, right? If I remember it right. Creepy movie, my girl made me sit and watch, therefore I watched. So in between I escaped. Yeah. So she says that, come, see, this is very interesting, sit and watch. Therefore I watched, thanks to her. But then this became very handy here because you look at the construction of benevolent sexism there. Who is the victim there? Poor Ranbir Singh. Yeah. He is the victim there, in a sense. But is he the real victim? Actually, the victims are us. We all know that. Whenever we watch a Karan Johar film, we are the victims. But then, beyond that, if you look at the gender aspect of it, who is being victimized? Think about it. This is something that I took from EFL University, English and Foreign Languages University. Whenever I go with a question, my teachers are like Socrates. Think about it. Go and find the answer and come back. The next day I go with the answer, they give me another question. Go and find it. So this is how we have been trained. Therefore, I give this question to you. Who is a victim? Who is the patriarch here? Unfortunately, that is a mother. Yeah. So how is she conditioned? You see a lot of flashbacks and other things, and what is that old song comes back, two old lovers meet, her husband and the love. Oh my God, so much of classical melodrama going on. But you look at it, abhi abhi to aage bahar banke, whatsoever, all sorts of dramas are going on. But we need to question, who is formulating all these assumptions and how are these assumptions being formulated in the minds of people who are catered to it? So including you and me when we watch the films. Next, please. So this is called stereotyping. Several stereotypes. This dance is for this particular person. Recently, I have written an article in Economic and Political Weekly, which is about this transgender artist, Bharatnatyam dancer, Nartaki Nadaraj. So Nartaki Nadaraj is a fabulous Bharatnatyam dancer. Brilliant one. When she is on stage, you can't just take your eyes off her. And she's a trans woman, okay? Born as Nadaraj, somewhere in Madurai. When she identified her gender crisis, and when she asserted that I am a woman and I want to dress like a woman and be like a woman, her parents abandoned her. In her young age, she came to Trichy and became a disciple of one of the biggest dance maestros in Tanjore. And then she specialized in this Tanjore Nayaki Bhava. So look at it, a boy specializing in Tanjore Nayaki Bhava. Nayaki, right? Yeah, so Nayika, they say Nayaki Bhava. So the Lasya, all sorts of dance nuances of Bharatnatyam, which endorsed her femininity, made her feel so satisfied because she was inherently a woman. And then later, all the other things she went through, and she is a woman now, Padma Shri awardee, and she is into the State Council of Tamil Nadu, activist, a great dancer who goes and performs and who charges hell lot of money for each of her stage performance, and I'm so proud of her. So this particular woman illustrated what is called the capillary power structure of the society. It's just like, how blood flows through this is again Foucault. I found Foucault to be quite a genuine person when it comes to the discussion of patriarchy and the power structure. So when you look at the capillary nature of the power, it flows through. Yeah, just like how it flows through our body. And where does it get concentrated? How does it get clotted? I leave you with that question. Think about it. How is this political technology of the body and the capillary power structure quite correlational? Or how one contributes to the growth of the other? Think about it. You need to just think about it with examples from your surroundings or with examples from popular culture that you are exposed to. So power is seen to operate at the social body's lowest extremities in everyday social practice. You look at it, everywhere the power is quite operational. Yeah, we have a department, and of course, we have a department, and that is not the story. We have a person who brings us tea and coffee there, whom everybody else, I treat everyone equally, but everybody else treats him as the last person in the department. Of course, he is listed as the last person in the department because there is a power structure. So the English department is a unit where there are professors. I come at one part of that hierarchy, and then the last person is this particular person called Sundar. And then this guy becomes all of a sudden very powerful on the day when he gets the salary, because he goes, drinks and comes back. Now the professors are really like quite reserved about any comments that they say, because he can react. Who is so powerful there? How is the capillary structure of power varies? The liquor inside him determines the power structure then. Till then the grades, the salary, everything else. And his wife comes to the head of the department, who at that point was a woman, and then says that he comes, drinks and do all these things, but please don't send him away from the job, because at home he beats me and he does this and all. Think about it. How is the power structure being redefined every single day? This is a cock and bull story, okay? Don't believe that this happens. But an example, a microcosm of everything that happens in the society. So somebody who is at the lowest stratum of the society, whom we think as the least powerful one, becomes so powerful when it becomes his or her realm or domain, which for this particular person may be the domestic domain, where he has another person who is below his power hierarchy, who stands below, that is his wife and children. The wife takes it on the children, and the children takes it on the less privileged children in the school ground. So if you look at it, even till the last stratum of the society, this political technology operates, or this capillary system exists. And this endorses, this kind of a power flow endorses the nature of our behavior. So think about the patriarchal structure. If the last stage of the last extremity of the society is also patriarchally driven, then even in the beginning point, you can see that flow, being quite capillary in its nature. It flows this way, that way. Think about it. It's a slightly complicated kind of version there. Next ones. So women's power is usually envisaged within the domestic boundaries. This is slightly contested kind of an argument, because you may not like it. But if you really look at several advertisements that come on TV for kitchen appliances, just like the Laddu advertisement that I said, how did they brought in the gender balance? They thought that all men can cook and that will be revolutionary, and therefore this is it. Mahalakshmi Laddu or some other Laddu, right? It goes in like that. Same way, the kitchen appliances, if you look at it, for washing machine, I remember when I was doing my MA, our teacher, Dr. Nikhila, she gave us a piece of advertisement to analyze. And in that, there is this IBM washing machine advertisement, where the washing machine, very posh one at that point of time, now that's all gone. So it was there, and a woman who was quite smartly dressed up with a blazer and a pants and with a laptop in her hand, standing very close to the washing machine. Why? I mean, what was that? It's her, like, she has to work on the laptop after finishing the laundry. I have no idea. But look at it. Has this changed? We have some exceptions, but whenever there is this rock climbing and other things, I see Akshay Kumar, not Katrina Kaif. Yeah, I see Salman Khan, not Aishwarya Rai. I mean, that was quite coincidental. Next, male actors in advertisements of vehicle, though women drive, right? And all the jokes and everything. So just next. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to say. The jokes, the humor that is coming up in several movies or several cultural texts, they're not naive. They're all quite well-crafted ones. imagining that the audience is largely patriarchal. It doesn't mean that the audience is completely male. It's just like the Mahalakshmi person, you know, somebody who's a spokesperson. The women who are spokespersons of patriarchy, they're also patriarchs. So the movie crafts gender jokes because the directors or the filmmakers, they assume that largely we are talking to a patriarchal kind of segment of the society. And that is why such biased kind of humors and sexist humors often generates gender stereotypes. So, in a sense, there are several types of violence, okay? Direct violence, indirect violence, slow violence. There are several types of violence. There is an entire study on violence literature or violence theory. So when you think about it, sexist humor is symbolic violence. It doesn't show that you're attacking someone, you're not being killed, but the hurt, the wound, it remains. Think about it. So our jokes, Nave, some serious jokes, I'm sorry about this. Read this. Is Google male or female? Female because it doesn't let you finish a sentence before making a suggestion. What does it mean? Women are, I don't have to say that. You understand what it is. Female because it doesn't let you finish a sentence before making a suggestion. The next one is very strong. I'm sorry about the tone. So a woman, when the aircraft was, these are circulated on social media, which is really like quite a part of our lives, okay? And when you receive a meme or a message like this, how do you perceive it? I remember one of my friends telling me when she was waiting outside the mammogram room to get her results. For the breast cancer checkup and all. She was getting some messages on her phone about how terrible women are in handling situations and all. And then she sent a very rude message in the group back, and there were several fights. And she said that I think these people are quite sexist in their attitude. I just couldn't take it because I was sitting outside the room to get my results for the biopsy. And then this is what I'm a very strong woman and I can't subscribe to these nonsenses. I clearly remember her saying this. So you look at it, here a man stands up and then says that iron it, and this is how you are being felt as a woman. It's very, very dangerous kind of a statement. Now, the new seatbelt designs, it's just one or two examples I just wanted to give. Less car accidents. Yeah? If that is a seatbelt design, you think about the stereotypes that are being generated. Women are always the co-driver or the co-passenger. Women cannot drive. Yeah, because only then the seatbelt design can be like this, right? Always it should be the co-passenger that is a woman. And then men are always fine. And women talking causes a lot of other issues. And then they're quite beauty conscious. Of course, what is wrong with being beauty conscious? Everybody is conscious about one's own appearance. Next. But these are the jokes that are taking shape around us or among us in some ways which are quite like, which will have implications for our future discussions and discourses that we engage in. These two films, I don't know whether you have watched it. One is a Telugu film and the other one is a Hindi film. The first one by Samantha, which is titled as Yashoda, and the second one by Madhuri Dixit, which is titled as Majama. Nobody might have watched this. The first one talks about surrogacy, yeah, and how this particular woman is quite, strong a woman who comes to a particular place where there is a big biological crime happening, and she discovers the secrets of it. And then she goes against all those conventional norms of being feminine and all, though she is endorsing it in certain ways. I mean, that's a very big story to go with. But then just understand that when we were we were given some kind of an idea that Yashoda is a very, stereotype breaking kind of a film. It was actually endorsing, or it was actually a counter narrative of whatever it claimed to raise, just like Rocky or Rani. Because there were several points, which was even the title of the story, Yashoda. As the team dealt with surrogacy, somebody else carries the child for, just a paid mother kind of a thing to make it too soft. Yeah, it's not that soft. And the surrogacy industry in India is very cruel. So it tries to give, this popular film tries to give a glimpse of that surrogacy industry in India, but in a very majestic and large scale, which actually disturbs you quite a lot. There are certain ideals being endorsed, which it tried to counter actually. And now when you look at Majama, this talks about a woman who was happily married for 25 years and whose son is going to get engaged next week or the week after that during Durga Puja again, mind it. If you read it close, then you should mind that too. She, in a fight with her activist daughter, who is raising her voice for LGBTQ rights, she says that she's a lesbian and she never loved any men. 25 years of happy married life, a beautiful Garba dancer, all went in vain. And what happens next forms the crux of the film. Right, now next slide. As I said, several counter narratives in the film. If you look at the themes, both of them are very different, but then they're very strong. One talks about the surrogacy practice, the crimes that happen in the beauty industry, all sorts of things, Yashoda. The second one is about how a person who asserted her identity quite late is being treated by the family and the society. Both gives a very pleasant kind of an ending, right? But is it that? No. There are several such ideals being reinforced actually when you decode it or decrypt the stereotypes through close reading of a text. So as students of English language and literature, I would ask you to take a text and read it very close. Whether you do it with the help of ChatGPT or Bard, that's not my concern. But read it carefully. Look through the discourses that are embedded in it, and these things will unveil. May not be trained enough to see it from the first perception itself. I keep on watching the movies again and again if I find that there is something like a critical question there. And that's how the ideals emerge. So when you look at it, beauty as a predictor of social value. Is beauty a predictor of social value? Don't answer me, but think about it. Yeah? Second one, when one misnomer is challenged, another one is reinforced. Several examples I can give you, but try to watch the film. And then motherhood is epitomized. This is the best that can happen to a woman. Be a mother. And the troubles of motherhood, the traumas of motherhood, these are not told about at all, not at all. But be a mother, and that's the best thing that can happen to a woman, is what is being said. And good mother, bad mother kind of image. When I began, I showed you the picture of Ramya Krishnan as Neelambari. Ramya Krishnan's character of Neelambari as a very outspoken kind of woman is being endorsed by one particular factor, the contrasting character of Saundarya, who is a very meek, very nice, very gentle kind of an ideal village woman, is a typecast again, if you look at it. So such contrasting images of good girl and bad girl, good mother and bad mother, all these things are still existing in our popular culture. Then the final thing is about the endorsement of Bharat Nari. Yeah. So just like how Deepika Padukone says, "Ek chutki sindoor ki कीमत तुम क्या जानोगे?" Yeah, that kind of a Bharat Nari image. Now, I think I'll finish it in another 10 minutes. The songs and the ideal women. We hear a lot of songs, and then Kirtana, I think she started singing that beautiful song, if I remember her name right. The one who started the prayer song, beautiful voice, lovely voice, and the way she endorsed it, yes,
Yeah, I couldn't clap at that point of time. So I was just, the voice, not just the voice, but the lyrics were just so much going into the mind, how she sang it with closed eyes. Several things, that itself is a discourse. When you look at it, when you close read it, it gives you a lot more meaning. So there is some kind of a subconscious acquisition that happens in our brain when we listen to some songs, and we never understand the sexist ideology that is behind all these songs. And disparity between appearance and actuality, we don't decode it normally. And sometimes it appears to be quite, think about, we are just generations apart. So I'm not very sure if you know this particular song. Amma Manassu, Tanga Manassu, Muttatte Tulasi Pole. വീട്ടിന് മുന്നിൽ വന്നു നിന്നാൽ ഞാൻ അമ്പാടി പൈക്കിടാവ്. Yeah, it's a movie called Rappagal. So if you think about it, Amma Manassu should be a Tanga Manassu, and it should be as Nairmalyam, with as Nairmalyam as a Tulasi, which is there in front of you. You are getting a very predominantly Hindu kind of an image coming there, Amma with an area, then Munda with this thing, and maybe some Ambadi Paikidava just running here and there. So many images it brings to your mind, right? Yeah. And you don't see a mother who's totally worried about things. Yeah, you look at me. Yeah, I'm a frustrated mother at several points of my time because I have to balance the career and other things. So what is the job of this mother? The mother runs the home, and then she has to be always pleasant and smiling and waiting for the child. And she considers him as Ambadi Paikadav all the time. No, such nonsense. Krishna was beaten. And, you don't see that other side of Yashoda being frustrated by Krishna. You see at it like, oh, what kind of a valsalyam, affection and everything else. Not fair. So it looks like privileged. But then these three songs are quite far away from your imagination. The first one is an Ilayaraja song, which is in the same tune of Tumbi Va Tumbakkudathin. So it goes like this: Sangathil Padada Kavide Angathil Yar Thandadu. Yeah, you look at it. Sangam literature is a very rich literature. Even if you take the entire Greek and other Indian literature, Sangam literature is quite nuanced in its term. I'm not an expert, but whatever bits I know from, this Ponniyin Selvan bit, right? So with that, if you think about Sangam literature, it's quite heavy, quite precious, yeah? So here, Vijayakant is singing to this lady, looking at her face, saying that, Sangathil Padada Kavide, Angathil Yar Thandadu. Yeah, Anga means your body. So in Sangam literature, nobody talked about this much beauty, and who gave you this? Again, if you look at it, if you close read it, it is objectification of women. Yeah, just think about Bertha Rochester or whoever. Next one is, forgot the movie's name, but Revati is the actress. And it's a very beautiful song, a personal favorite of mine, but I wouldn't say that it escapes stereotyping. It endorses. கண்ணுக்கு மையழகு, கவிதைக்கு பொய்யழகு, கன்னத்தில் குழியழகு, கார் கூந்தல் பெண்ணழகு. Defined very clearly. So if you are a woman, you have to put kajal in your eyes. Yeah. And kannathil kuzhiyalagu. So what if we don't have dimples? Just think about it. Are we not beautiful? So think about how the beauty ideals are constructed and transacted. Rather, I would use the word trafficked into our minds. The last one may be familiar because Dhanush and Nayanthara, closer to your generation. It goes like, very beautiful song, again a personal favorite, but doesn't, mean that it doesn't have any stereotypes. It talks about, Venmegam Pennaga Uruvanado, Inneram Ene Partha Vilayadado. Look at it. Venmegam, the white cloud, is idealized. No, it comes down as a penna. So you are as fair as the white cloud. Really? Think about it. So this is how we get the beauty ideals endorsed into our minds by doing this. So whenever I say something like girls are good, then my daughter Tangam, she says, no, not like that. Girls can be wicked as well. And I feel really happy about it. Because at the age of 9, she is able to challenge me by going against the stereotypes. Maybe because the way we raise her, whatsoever. These songs are actually even Tarattu Pattu. whichever you think about, you know, Achane pole irikkanam, amme pole irikkanam, all sorts of songs, right? So Adyate Kanmani, Ana irikkanam, Arume Kandal Kodikkanam. Why should people be so enticed by your child? I don't understand. So such kind of endorsements happen. Now I'm taking you to a very different kind of, but then very old kind of theoretical framework where we began our discussion with the contrast between tradition and modernity. And I'm taking the theory of Partha Chatterjee, very interesting one. He says that when we became free, the country became independent in 1947, there was a crisis. We cannot be the old Indians. We had to go with the modernity and the British-made endorsements and all. We had to go with that. We had to use their railway system. We had to sometimes follow their costumes, all sorts of things. Fantastic. But inherently, we are Indians. Our Indianness should be preserved. So in that case, what should we do? This balancing act, Partha Chatterjee says that in cultural domain, there are two domains, material and spiritual. So when you think about the material domain, it's all about the modern aspects of it. And when you think about the spiritual domain, it's the preservance of, it is the preserving nature of all our culture that is constituting this spiritual realm. And balancing this spiritual realm is totally the job of woman. And you can see that in the early Karan Johar and Yash Chopra movies quite a lot. And several in our Indian construct as well. Watch all Prem Nasir films, you will understand what I say. So women are supposed to behold all these essence. That is why we have songs like Poomukha Vadilkal Sneham Vidarthunna Poonthigalagunnu Bharya. And then Dukkhathin Mullugal Pooviral Tumbinal Pushpangalakkunnu Bharya. Very easy, right? You can just get all the thorns of pain and then make it into flowers. What nonsense. It happens, yeah? Next. So we are not anybody's value holders. This is what, can I have the next slide? Now I'm going to conclude. Myths are coming back. 3 movies which I'm sure you are familiar with. The first one shouldn't escape because it's a beautiful film by Mani Ratnam, Roja. The second one might be a favorite of yours, Om Shanti Oshana. And finally the Bangalore Days. Can someone tell me what are the myths that are coming back here? What is the common thread that is in these 3 movies which are not quite during the similar period? This is how myths are coming back. This is how this tradition and balancing modernity through the Partha Chatterjee lens becomes quite evident in our society. Think about it. What is the story of Roja? A woman who loses her husband, goes, fights with everyone, including the President and Prime Minister of India, and gets her husband back. Okay? Second one, age difference, but very persistent from her 17 years onwards for this cool guy ever, and then gets her Giriyatan back, right? Yeah. Then third one, Da Satan, yeah, all these Satans. Think about it. So she knows that he is involved with someone, he was involved with someone who passed away, but still very persistent, closing a room. You know, I would have killed my partner if he had been doing something like that. So, a secret room there, and then, you know, what nonsense. Yeah. And then she goes and she befriends the dog. Have you seen that? Okay, non-humans are also involved in that post-human space. You look at it. So she goes to the deceased girlfriend's home, made friends with the dog first, then with the parents, and then became their unacknowledged kind of daughter, and brings her husband and reconciles everything and gets her Da Satan back. Wonderful. Right? So, what myth is coming back? There is another woman in the history, in Hindu mythology, whose husband was taken away by Yama, Kalan, yeah, we say. And then she goes to the Yamaloka, fights with him, gives half of her life or whatsoever nonsense, and brings him down to earth, Satyavan and Savitri. So if you look at it, most of our movies are endorsing such kind of myths, and they are coming back. And this is where the modernizing of or balancing of tradition and modernity happens. And I don't think with ChatGPT or any other things it will go away, because it's part of our rich cultural memory. And we are not sensitized enough to capture that, to decode it, to decrypt it. Next slide, please. Therefore, I'm concluding. there has to be continuous kind of efforts in close reading the text to find out what are the ways in which we can deconstruct these ideals related to women? How do we break or dismantle biases and stereotypes? And then this should be a continuous kind of discourse. Therefore, we have to engage in more kind of discussions, more kind of writing. I ask all of you to start thinking and writing about it. And then humanities as a field, as a discipline, should engage in active discourses, as I said, and look at the problematized gendered identities and see what can we do when we discourse about it. We have to be more acceptable. We have to be, accepting the challenges of decoding or decrypting, but still there should be systematic investigation going into the field, not like how Karan Johar theorized it and brought out Rocky and or Rani Ki Prem Kahani or whatsoever. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Anybody interested in asking questions?
Just to give the students some time to think about the questions. First of all, ma'am, thank you so much. I think it was such a lovely presentation listening to you. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you from all of us.
Thank you so much.
I really envy the way you look at texts, because you made a statement when Kirtana sang the song, you were able to analyze that as well. So I'm very curious to know your take on that, just to begin the discussion. Thank you.
Right. That is actually what I told you about is discourse analysis. If you look at everything around us, it's all part of a discourse. So as this is a conference which is titled as Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, all about storytelling in the age of AI and other things, you need to look at every single discourse around you. I believe in that. And the second thing that I do is always a close reading of the text to find what is a narrative, what is an exposition, what is an argument, and all such constructs. You know the strands of discourse. So argumentatory kind of discourses, expository kind of discourses and all. So when Kirtana was singing, Kirtana has become a discourse now, right? Kirtana is quite puzzled. Yeah. So it's not just the singing that matters. In that case, we would not have all these reality shows, right? Why did reality shows become a big hit these days? There are tears associated with that. And then when you watch a reality show, you will see how the background of the candidate or the participant is becoming a very big thing there. And then how that creates sympathy among the audience. So there was Brahmanandan or someone who was the earlier idea star singer. So when I think that was his name. Whenever he was portrayed, they invariably show what kind of a background, economically weak kind of a background. Sannidhanandan, yes, that's his name, Sannidhanandan. What kind of a background he came from and all, which had a very strong kind of endorsement over the audience discretion on voting for him. So singing is not just an act of singing, but it creates a lot of other things as well. The lyrics creation, very nuanced ones we have, right? When I was in my college days, we had one particular so-called campus movie, which is rubbish, which is called Nammal, which talked about very improbable and unrealistic kind of stuff, in which there was a song called En Karalil Tamasichal Maapudaram Rakshasi. How on earth? Yeah? And then Sammadamai Chernu Ninnal Ummadaram Rakshasi. I don't want that. But then still look at it. Yeah, how they construct the lyrics. And then I remember one of the very early kind of pop, what do you call as new generation movies was from our own person here, Jayaraj. Jayaraj came up with this movie called For the People. And in that there was a song, Lajjavadiye. Ninde Kallakadakanil. And when he sang Lajjavadiye, the entire Malayalam, I mean, sisters here? No. Okay. Entire Malayalam professors, including my own mother, had problems because Lajjavadiye is wrong. It cannot be linguistically correct if you go for Lajjavadiye. Who wrote it? Kaidapram. Yeah? And doesn't he know Malayalam? Question. But then everything else is not discussed. Beautiful lyrics. Appupan Tadiyal Melmeesha Vechuni Rajadi Rajavesham Ittadinnu Morthu Njan. Beautiful lyrics. But then they don't look at it, they looked at only the Lajjavadiye kind of construct. So if you want to problematize anything, you can simply go and problematize. But you need to look at it very carefully. But then the other guy sang Lailagame, no problem at all. By then we became so accommodated. Or Dhanush singing, why this Kolaveridi? There were problems. Yeah? Why were there problems? Yeah, distance moona. So pronunciation was not good. All the English faculty went mad about it, and all the Malayalam faculty or Tamil faculty went mad about it. I remember the discourses that we had when these songs were coming up. And then Enjoy and Jammy. So if you look at songs as a discourse, and if you close read who is singing it, Sitara Krishnakumar singing Kangal Niye is very different from somebody else singing that song because of the endorsement that it gives. And recently I wrote an article about saxophone Subbalakshmi. So saxophone Subbalakshmi is a person who purposefully dresses herself in rich sari, Kanjivaram sari and Banarasi sari and all, and puts heavy jewelry just to make sure that she cuts that balance very straight, like the tradition and modernity. Saxophone is a Western instrument. And she had lots of problems and sexist sentiments against her when she started playing it with her guru. There were several arguments, okay? So when it comes to that, you look at the discourse. Playing saxophone, you can go and enjoy that. But what are the cultural questions behind it? For seeing that, you need to close read it. And your literary theory should help you. Fortunately, I was trained in such a way that, I was asked this, go and check it for yourself. I'm not here as an encyclopedia. My teachers used to say that. Think about it. With these two things, I started reading it on my own, maybe pretty much like Egalavi. I wouldn't say that, not, endorsing myself as that, but then my learnings, maybe my readings in literary theory, that would have actually helped me to look at the text so closely. So what I would advise, or rather say to you, would be to revisit your theories and use those theories for praxis. What we do is we by heart all the theories and goodbye to that after the exam. We don't think about it. Execute that. You will find it fun. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Good morning, ma'am. First of all, thank you so much for leading such a beautiful session. I was actually enjoying.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question, I don't know whether I would successfully convey it or not. You have talked about benevolent sexism, and it's something related to females, additional help. Sometimes males also need help. Then why is that word is connected to only females?
Very good. Thank you for that question. Something that I purposefully avoided because I thought that it's a commonplace kind of thing. How often it happens? The frequency is the answer. You think about it. How often a male is given this benevolent sexist kind of help, or how that endorsement happens for the male, and how often the frequency it happens with a female. How much it happened with Jaya in that movie, and how didn't it happen as frequently as that with Jayan in that movie? If you think about it, Jai 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 Hai, that's what I'm saying. So if you think about it, Jaya Bharati, it is very different, and it is very, very frequent, quite often it happens. But with Jayan, did it happen at all? Or with the other guy, Basil Joseph's character, did it happen with him? So that frequency does matter. And this is why, we say that aim at the sky, you will reach at least the treetops. So you aim at that kind of a higher level of discussion, you can at least achieve something. Based on that, we start all feminism, all womanism, and all isms are based on that, even if it is communism, it is based on that you aim at that extreme bit so that you can get at least something. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have something written down. That scares me. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for that wonderful lecture.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, my question is that the movies such as Animal and Kabir Singh are being popular nowadays, and it's praising toxic masculinity.
Kabir Singh and?
Animal.
Animal. I haven't watched the first one. Kabir Singh, yes. Yeah.
So, how is it blending of tradition and modernity? Can you explain your take on
How
that?
is it?
Blending tradition and modernity, like you said in Roja and...
Animal I still have not watched because I wrote it off by seeing all the songs and other sequences. But Kabir Singh, yes, Arjun Reddy I have watched, not Kabir Singh. So there is no such modernity and tradition being balanced in the Partha Chatterjee terms. But if you still look at, what's that girl's name? I forgot. In Arjun Reddy, the girl, Preeti. All of you know. Okay, Preeti, if you look at her, she's a very different woman. Of course, she has her own sexual urge and she doesn't mind expressing that, and she's very pro in expressing herself in whichever way she wants to. That's right. But then there is a lot of tradition and values that are associated with this Preeti character. You remember the other actress who comes in there and whom he thrashes, saying that I don't have any love for you. You look at the construct of love there. He perceives that whatever he has for Preeti is a true love. And everything else that is physical just comes as part of that, byproducts of that is a kind of argument that Arjun Reddy tries to articulate as a character. But then, if you look at it, that traditional or platonic or maybe a little more physical kind of love that he is trying to endorse is quite contrasting with the kind of modern, living conditions that they are in or they are living in. And then there is an imbalance. There is no balance there. I'm telling you, there is no balance in that movie. And I don't think there will be one in Animal as well, because it's purely kind of sexist movies. As long as I know it from the, I don't trust reviews. I watch films and do it myself. So whatever scenes I have seen from Animals, even Bobby Deol scenes, I find that they are purely sexist kind of movies, and there is no such kind of balancing. But one sequence in that that song, Jamal Kudu, right? Yeah, very, very interesting song. If you see at the end of it, what happens is a terrible thing, right? And the other two wives of Bobby Deol, they are endorsing it. We have to move. Children, come out. We will move to the next room. Why? That is where the balancing happens. That is where Partha Chatterjee becomes significant. That is where the materialist and spiritual realm dominates. And that is where the women play a role there. So as much as Preeti becomes a very domesticated kind of woman at one point and then believes in that kind of, nonsense love, the same way, the other two women, Bobby Deol's other two wives, I believe, I haven't watched the movie, I'm taking it as an anticipatory bail. They try to get everybody out of that room because this chauvinist can have his full. Understand? I'm sorry about my tongue, but that is how the balancing act happens there. But there is no actual balance that is being strike there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good question.
Just an announcement, along with the session, there is a parallel session going on for the paper presentation. So I request the paper presenters and the moderators to please move to the venues. We'll continue discussions here.
One more question. Anybody interested in asking questions? It's the last chance. To deliver the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Abhana Vishwa of ODYSSEY English to the stage.
A warm and hearty good afternoon to one and all gathered here. We're so honored to have you here on this auspicious occasion today. Your thought-provoking session did wonders to our curious little minds. Really, ma'am. So it's one of the best sessions that we as literature students could ever have. Yeah, and your enthusiasm and fact-driven findings have got the best of us. Many things that we thought were trivial and not important were very important and deep, which has a very little room for discussion nowadays. And you talk about benevolent sexism, where women are always needed help because they aren't considered capable, objects that are to be protected by men. It also leads to insecurities within women, and about the gender balance in advertisements and films, gender stereotypes. And there was this very amazing and powerful quote which caught my attention, that is, sexist humor is symbolic violence. That is really powerful. And the assigned gender roles and how everything is considered in binaries, either good or bad, or beautiful or ugly. But we should all understand that we are all shades of gray. And how beauty ideals are trafficked into our minds. And finally, the contrast between tradition and modernity. Your energy, it was top-notch. It created a feeling of ecstasy in us throughout the whole session. And I thank you on the behalf of our whole department. And thank you once again for your wonderful presentation. Thank you, ma'am, and have a fabulous day ahead.
We have arranged tea and snacks outside. Please help yourself and return by 12 o'clock for the next session. Please return by 12 p.m. for the next session. It's the time to start our next session. Let me invite Gayatri Sandosh, first GC English student, to introduce J.S. Anandakrishnan, our next resource person.
Introducing J.S. Anandakrishnan, a multifaceted individual distinguished as a translator, orator, author, literary columnist, Carnatic musician, painter, and polyglot. As a senior research fellow at Sri Shankaracharya University, his expertise in artificial intelligence impact on arts and humanities has earned him the prestigious PM Yuva Fellowship. Anandakrishnan, the founder and editor of the literary journal The Word Watch, is not only a prolific scholar but also a dynamic speaker addressing topics like rethinking literature and artificial intelligence in literary theory. His literary pursuits extend to various published works, including poetry, translations, explorations of modern English literature. With a PhD in English language and literature, he serves as a teaching assistant. Recognized with awards like the Swadeshabhimani Award, J.S. Anandakrishnan continues to make significant contributions to the fields of literature and the intersection of technology and humanities. We are grateful to have you here as a resource person for the second session of this national seminar. Welcome, sir.
So, is it a good afternoon? So, good afternoon. You know, with less the introduction, less the suspicion. So, we'll just go straight into the topic. Let me ask you this question. How old is AI? How old is AI? Just give me a random figure. See, often I've heard people talking about my subject as something very new, right? It's pretty old, actually. Now, how old is it? 20? Nope. Okay, let me just give you a phrase, okay? AI winter. Have you heard about this? Artificial intelligence winter. It refers to a period when United States, it's started stopping grants being given for research in AI during a particular time frame. Can you just guess the years, that particular decade? AI winter. Just give me a year to start with. Somewhere near that particular year would be fine. Just give a guess. That was actually 1970. Even before personal computing became very popular, it was around 1960s that we started a new phase as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. So after that, once you saw AI growing like anything, and you were all afraid, right? Technology will soon take over our jobs. No, that's not going to happen in any near future. AI is going to replace us as teachers. Another myth. So, let me ask you this question again. How old is AI? The thought has always been there. How many of you have used a European flush system? In your toilets, you have flush system, right? What is commonly known to us as the Crapper system. When Crapper was the guy who actually invented the toilet commode, and eventually Crap, abbreviation of his name eventually became that particular thing that he wanted to eliminate. So, let me just ask you, is your toilet flush commode a product of artificial intelligence? Yes, why? What you call it in a different name, you call it automaton. A-U-T-O-M-A-T-O-N. Automaton. Not automation, automaton, which is a mechanized way of doing things which we did earlier manually. It started somewhere around 14th century when Al-Bakar, Arabic philosopher, started thinking about creating statues which could actually give you, which could actually allow you to wash your hands from a basin. Again, going back to where Kavita ma'am, Kartika ma'am has started in the morning, the figurine was that of a woman. That particular statue which dispensed water for people to wash their hands. Eventually, every single artificial intelligence assistant is named after a woman. Alexa, Siri. I don't know why every single assistant is named after a woman. That will be another discussion. When it started pretty early, even in the Greek myths, where you see the divine blacksmith, creating golden maidens to do his jobs. It was always there in popular imagination. But what we are going to talk today is about that fine line between what is human and what is all about, what is human intelligence and what is artificial intelligence. I would prefer to call it augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence itself. We'll just start with a quick puzzle for you. So can you see this screen here? There are 3 paintings here. And you know the style of the painting here? These paintings are actually done in the style of Gustave Doré. Gustave Doré is very famous for his lithographs, which the wood imprints that he has done for Paradise Lost, the wood engravings that he has done for Paradise Lost as well as Dante's Divine Comedies. Later editions obviously. Just tell me which painting among these 3 is created by an artificial intelligence program, or which among them. It can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 1. A third one is AI. Very good. Any other suggestions? You're absolutely sure about 3? That is actually the original painting of Gustave Doré depicting hell. A person, you can see 2 people there. Can you see it? See them there? One is Dante and the other one is Virgil. They are actually at the gates of hell, and that is the original painting. Now again, 2 for you. Guess the other 2. That is the original painting, though that's out now. 1. 1 is actually a painting of Chiron. Actually, you can see this painting. This is a very famous painting of Doré. This is included in the actual copy of Dante's Divine Comedy. Again, the answer is 2. 2 is actually created using artificial intelligence. To be very specific, the program is Starry AI. I created this as a part of an exhibition series of digital art, especially AI generated art, during one particular occasion. The 400th centenary celebrations of Wasteland. What you see there is actually a prompt given, sweet Thames run softly. I just gave that prompt and it gave me this painting in the style of Gustave Doré. Now let me give you a quote. This quote comes from one of the finest minds of 20th century. Have you heard about Alan Turing? Turing said so, that there will be a time when you can't differentiate between what is human generated and what is machine generated, and mark my words, not my words, this is his words, and mark my words, you are seeing the doom of human civilization as we know it. Think about it. This is a scenario where you can't differentiate between what is human and what is generated by artificial intelligence. Right, again, let's go back a bit in time. I'd say that in art, this particular movement began very early, around 1800s. Late 1800s to be very exact. In the 1890s, you saw a new group of painters coming up. Have you heard about pre-Raphaelites? PRB, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Cristina Rossetti. Heard about them, right? you've seen that beautiful painting of Millais. Come on. You have at least heard about them, right? PRB. PRB came with this beautiful set of paintings of, lifelike paintings, more of a hyper-realistic. If you have seen that painting of Ophelia drowning, you can even read lines in her lips that it was so detailed. Just go to your Wikipedia page and go for this painting called Ophelia. Just look at the fine details, intricate details, the reflection of the water, the dress that Ophelia is wearing, and that pale face of a drowned woman. At that particular point of history, something interesting happened. Photography came to vogue. And at that point of time, it was useless to paint real lifelike paintings. Then you see perhaps the first revolution as far as modern artistic innovations are concerned. You see the Impressionists coming in. Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir coming in, and their paintings were so beautiful. I mean, I have seen many of these students complaining that why are you painting like this? I mean, if it's an evening, you paint an evening. Why should you just, throw in some colors like blue and orange and yellow? Impressionists actually worked on this particular scenario where they left the impression that nature had on them on their canvases. Then from that, have you seen this particular installation called The Fountain by Marcel Duchamp? See, Marcel Duchamp was this guy who actually took a toilet commode, a urinal commode, to an exhibition and named it The Fountain. And he placed it there and told that art is not, defined by a specific set of conventions or ideals, that anything can become art. From that particular point of time, if you take a leap from there to 1960s, where I'll show you one person here on your screen. Can you see a person on your screen? This marks the points where AI art actually begins. The person on your screen is Harold Cohen. Harold Cohen actually came up with this project called Project Aaron. AARON. Think about a robotic arm creating paintings. That happened in 1960s, my friends. Not in 2000, not in 2010. This was there during 1960s when Cohen started developing his Aaron program. And at that point of time, how many of you use Paint? Microsoft Paint, MS Paint? Now it's not a big deal, right? During 1960s, when they came up with Sketchpad, it was a big deal. Sketchpad, the application, was so sophisticated that only a few could master it. The digital modeling, digital art became very popular during 1960s. And after that, things started changing. Around 2000, you see innovations being, brought in like anything. 2015, you see Google coming up with a project called Google Deep Dream. How many of you have heard about Deep Dream? Deep Dream. See, on your screen, what you see there is actually the same painting. Who is that particular, I've written it there. So, that's Elliot for you on your screen. On your left, that is Elliot. And on your right, I just gave a prompt called Post-Colonial Muse. Okay? And eventually that particular painting was changed into a particular dimension where most of the aspects reflects the post-colonial aspect. For example, you can see the change of the tone actually, the color tone there. Can you see the nose? Rather than a Roman nose, you see a more rounded nose there. Any other changes? You can see the hat there. A proper English hat being replaced, and the Windsor tie that has been knotted there has been changed to a scarf. That to a colorful scarf. And think about the color palette that has been used. Not a monochrome, which, the more gentlemanly monochrome is replaced by a more colorful scarf. but the production has got some problems. Otherwise, that would have been much more detailed. You know, even the scarf is more colorful. And around 2015, this change was there when machines started comprehending not just the methodology of painting, but it changed the way in which it comprehended a concept. Now it could understand just by giving post-colonial the prompt. It could comprehend what is happening with post-colonialism. What changes should be introduced to, you know, modify this painting by using that particular prompt. Meanwhile, let me just ask you this question again. What is being changed here? But this is one of the fundamental aspects that I discussed in my PhD thesis as well. So what is the thing that actually, you know, what changes here? Is that the form? Is that the content? Let me take you back another century. So we are traveling in time again and again. See, when you see a painting and when it undergoes a particular change, let's get technical here. Do you know our famous cat? I mean, you have all gone through theory paper, right? Literary theory? A guy and a cat. You have not heard about it. You know, if you type in a cat, if you ask Google, if you just type Google cat literary theory, you will possibly end up in a page of a man, a philosopher, a teacher, Derrida. Heard about him? Derrida's cat. Heard about that concept? Okay, let me just ask you. Can anybody volunteer? Somebody, I mean, you're all smart, I mean, smart students. I mean, extra smart. I mean, can somebody just volunteer? It's not a big deal. Nothing about your syllabus, nothing. Just a thought experiment. Can somebody volunteer? Come on. Okay, hi. See, can you explain to me how a cat looks? I have not seen a cat, okay? Never compare it to anything else. Okay? Not to any other animal. Okay? Just explain to me how a cat looks. Okay, I'll just give you the mic. Okay. Right. I mean, I'll tell you how fundamentally an AI program works when it creates a particular image, okay? Just give me the concept. How is Derrida related to AI? So that's what we are going to solve together. Come on.
Explain how a cat looks.
Yes, how a cat looks. I have not seen a cat.
So it has whiskers.
Okay, how long?
5 or...
No, how long?
5 to 6 centimeters long.
Okay, centimeters would be fine. So, I mean, just take don't think about a cat. Just take a rough paper. Just try drawing it. I mean, all of you. Never think about a cat when you do this, okay? Start doing it. Okay, it has got a whisker of, I mean, only the thing that she has said, okay? Nothing else. Don't add anything of your own. Whiskers of 2 to 3 centimeters. Very good. Now, again, how many whiskers?
2.
Okay, 2 on right and 2 on left.
A pair of whiskers.
Right, wonderful. A pair of whiskers again. Now again.
It has a seemingly round face.
Okay, round face again. Just a round face, okay?
So
add nothing else.
So the whiskers are inside the face.
Whiskers are inside the face. Place it anywhere you like. Again.
No, at the bottom.
Okay, at the bottom. You will get 5 prompts now. In 5 prompts, explain to me how a cat looks. Just the face or two. You can go with the detailing. Okay, now whiskers, round face, 3 more to go.
2 ears, which are triangular in shape.
2 ears which are triangular in shape. Don't add anything else. Again. 2 more to go.
4 legs.
I mean, face actually.
Face, only
Yeah,
face.
just face.
It's furry.
It's furry. I mean, a furry face with whiskers. Don't add anything else, okay? One more.
Eyes,
Okay,
which are not seemingly black always.
Okay. Okay. Nice. I mean, eyes are not black. Done, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. So can everybody show your, your cat face again? Right. That's how it looks. Very good. Any resemblance to cat? No, right? This happens with your AI prompts. You have heard about text to image prompts, right? And text to image generators in earlier years, for example, during the Aaron project for that matter, they created images which were not so clear, or so ambiguous were the commands that were given because there was a lack of data set. Do you remember the first thing that I told you? Don't compare it to anything else, right? I started by telling you that you don't have to compare it to anything else. This comparison actually comes from the database that you have. The database will determine the end product. So once you ask a particular program to draw a cat, it will go through all those images of cats available. It does not create anything from, pure, technology at times revolves, it has a mind of its own. So we've tried drawing a cat, right? So is the content the problem there? Is the content the problem there? No. Why? It is the problem there. But there are times at which the form creates a problem. Let me take you back to 1900s. Have you heard about a literary school called, a theoretical school called formalism? When people talked about, we have treated it like hogwash till this particular phase of history, and formalism seems to be one of the most plausible theories we have ever come across. Why? I'll tell you. Think about an individual painting. What makes that particular painting distinctive from another painting? For example, have you seen paintings of evenings drawn by different artists? What distinguishes one particular painting from another painting? It depends upon us, the decoders at the other end, the message. But what fundamentally makes that painting possible? And we'll go to the fundamentals. We'll be structuralistic there. The colors used, obviously. Then the way in which brush strokes are done. Right? Again, the palette used in general. And the way in which that particular evening is displayed. So is that the content that matters or the form that matters? That distinguishes one painting from another. In the modern context, in AI, when you take it to AI, this form can be also equated with the prompt that you give. The prompt will ultimately, define that form of art. How many of you have tried using your ChatGPTs for your research? For your assignments, Don't lie, okay? Even your teachers use them. Don't lie. Just raise your arms. Okay, I mean, don't be shy. The left is AI free and the right is, okay, nobody uses. How many of you have seen references coming out in ChatGPT which is nowhere to be found? The hallucinations that you often see. I mean, you call it hallucinations. How many of you have seen them? See, in ChatGPT, when you give a text prompt to generate something, obviously they will give you the result. And there is a fair chance that most of them can be made up facts. Have you seen them? Like, they actually make up facts there. You add your own additions. Now, when she gave you this particular text prompt regarding a cat's face, if you've added something else, I mean, from the database that you already know, that won't be true to that prompt, right? That will be some cat, some other cat. You know, on that particular round face, if you add something else, the nose is again defined by yourself. I mean, in addition to what she has said. That is what is referred to as a particular technical term called hallucination. When you add that particular part of hallucination, that will become something called a critical error as far as that particular production is concerned. Now, again, let me ask you this question. I mean, who defined that cat for me? Right. So if you define a cat for somebody else and somebody paints a cat, I mean, let's do that with an AI program. If you do that, how many dollars do you think it can fetch for you? An AI painting? Okay, let me ask you, what is the estimate that you think a particular AI painting can fetch you? If you do that particular painting? Any guess? The record sale? Just give me a guess. I'll show you a painting, then guess it for me, okay? Okay, this is a painting. Okay, this is the artist, okay? On your screen, this is the artist. Heard about him? This is Mario Klingemann on your screen. He's one of the most iconic painters as far as AI art is concerned. This is the painting. Is it a nice painting? Memories of Passerby Eye. That's the name of the painting, okay? Give me a price for this painting. Completely AI generated. This costs a total of 48,000 pounds. And when you just convert it to Indian rupees and you'll be baffled. That actually cost 48,000 Great Britain pounds for that particular painting. This actually revolutionized the merit of what we call as AI art. I mean, this is the article. You can just go and read this, okay? This is actually an advertisement by Sotheby's. This was actually produced during 2018. That was given for auction in 2019. You can just go and check this. Artificial Intelligence in the Art of Mario Klingemann. Well, this particular painting that you see was actually sold for 48,000 pounds. Today morning, I received another news update where I saw one particular painting generated by an Indian artist called Yashpal Yadav being sold for 2 crore 35 lakhs Indian rupees. Using which particular application? The application that we all use, that particular application was not ChatGPT. You know this particular application and you might have heard about this called Starry AI. The ad pops up once in a while. And using that particular application, adding more than 6 to 7 artistic styles, he has come up with his particular production called the Banaras. That was sold, for an opening 2 crore Indian rupees. The definition of art, whether it's human generated or whether it is AI generated, is changing. The very boundaries they have been changing like anything. How many of you have heard about this entire movie being generated by artificial intelligence, entirely scripted by AI? It is already released. Actually, that was released in 2022, December, 1 year ago. I mean, there is a popular movie in that same name. The movie is Frozen. I mean, not the original Frozen. There is another AI movie available in YouTube called Frozen, completely scripted by artificial intelligence, and it was later on, animated. You can just view that movie. Plus, now we are getting to such a situation where music itself becomes, I mean, not the things that you see on a regular basis, like, music being actually rendered by Narendra Modi or Mammootty or Mohanlal, as you see in your regular Instagram clips. There is another way of predictive generation of artificial intelligence music. Have you heard about this great musician who lived in our own, state called M.D. Ramanathan? M.D. Ramanathan is considered to be the musician of musicians as far as Carnatic music is concerned. See, I've been trained in Carnatic music. I mean, for the last 26 years, I've been studying and I've been performing Carnatic music. My guru has often said to me that records of M.D. Ramanathan is very less in number. So you can convert anybody's concert to the voice of M.D. Ramanathan. That is fine. Anybody can do it. Even you can do it with an application. But think about a situation where the way of rendering a particular song in the likes of M.D. Ramanathan, if you can predict it, the way in which he would render it, if somebody of, I hope that at least a few have heard him singing. He sings in the deep bass, what we call as A minor, A sharp, where he sings with the deep bass to his voice. When his voice is almost equivalent to how a C, it's called a meditation of a C. The particular statement was given by, for his music by Balamurali Krishna, the way in which he renders. We can actually predict a particular song of how how it would have been rendered by M.D. Ramanathan. So predictive AI. We have taken it to such an extent where art in a particular, by a particular artist can be predicted. How would have this particular artist sung in our particular period? How would have Raja Ravi Verma painted the roads of Pala in 2023? You can predict it in a way. See, this has taken us to a new level of recreating artists, or in a way of, of more accessibility of art to even the most common man. The person whom I was referring to, Mr. Yadav, was in no way a painter. He was not trained. He has never done a single painting before. Just by his capabilities of, painting a particular, painting by using AI, that he has done it. Now, let me ask you this question again. You're all from literature background, right? So when have you used it for the first time? As far as research is concerned, artificial intelligence in literary research? Give me a guess. AI in literary research? Just give me an year. I'll just show you the book. This is a person, this is the book, give me the year. Graphs, maps, and trees. This is one of the foundational texts of digital humanities, okay? Just give me the year. It was in 2003, okay? This book was published in 2005. It was in 2003 that Franco Moretti, the faculty of Department of English, UCLA, actually came up with this particular book, the study that he conducted on history of English literature by graphically representing, quantitatively representing and analyzing the history of English literature, especially the novels. The history of novels. The focus was there, and he then came up with graphical representation of novels being published, even mapping out villages in fictional, landscapes. For example, when you think about the Wessex novels, he was trying to map it out. like every single hamlet being, I mean, think of, the mayor's residence when it comes to Hardy. When you think about mayor's residence, the marketplace, when you think about where the common peasants live, he has mapped it entirely. Earlier seen a hand-drawn map of Malgudi, earlier when I was doing my grads. Now you can virtually map any of these fictional places. I mean, even you can map how words are used in a particular novel. For example, I've seen this analysis, a wonderful paper where they've mapped Harry Potter novels, where what they have done is that towards the last 3 books, the word fear, darkness, the words of, dark magic, death appearing in appearing more frequently as the novel becomes more darker in its tone. The analysis was done under a deep data analysis, which makes many things obsolete. I know a professor who has worked on the works of T.S. Eliot for the last 10 years just by reading it manually and mapping out what we call as a textual cartography of the entire work, by properly mapping out how many times this word has been used, by patient counting of the words again and again. Now things are easy. That particular work of 10 years could be now done in any way under 10 minutes, 5 minutes, etc. We have been developing this particular, for me, professionally, I'm a programmer. Though I am into literature, I've been doing this odd work. Everybody wants to earn when you're in your master's. So every Sunday, Saturdays and Sundays, I'd be working with a firm. It's almost like I'm a IT professional in my weekends and a literature student in the days when I do my postgrads. Then on that particular phase, I was introduced to this particular, particularly interesting program called Witchrant. Witchrant is actually a program which can actually create any fictional world out of the already existing corpus of literature that you've got. So if I can mix up Tolkien and, for example, C.S. Lewis for that matter, that I can merge the 2 fictional worlds together and create a new one, which should neither resemble Tolkien, nor resemble C.S. Lewis. You know C.S. Lewis, right? C.S. Lewis, The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, Chronicles of Narnia. And if you can mix them together and create a new world which has got no resemblance. This was during the year 2017. Eventually, I started working on this particular area and reached a point where I can make pictures tell their tales. There was this paper that I published actually with Professor Stuart Russell in 2019. That is actually included in the list of, have you seen the Rutledge Companion to Artificial Intelligence? There is an article of mine and Professor Russell together. We have done one on actually predicting the folklore traditions of India. There was actually a precedent to this. Have you heard about the Danish project? That actually happened in 2017. When, 2015. When these group of, brilliant scholars actually work with Danish folklores, and they tried to map Danish folklore on a real geographical map. About 30,000 locations, actual locations depicted in Danish folklores were mapped into the original map of Denmark. And they actually did that study over a period of around 2.5 years. The same project is now being done in Kerala. Do you know about it? You've seen the movie Kantara, right? And that depicts the tradition of Budakola in Dakshina Kannada district. If you move down that particular, we are talking about women in the first session. The worship of the sacred feminine was very prevalent in the early years before the invasion of the Aryan worship that happened later on. When you see the worship of Budakola there, if you go down, you can see Theyyam, obviously the tradition. Go down again, when you arrive in this part of our state, whereas in Kottayam as well as parts of Ernakulam, you often see Mudiyit, which is another form. You go further down, you'll see Padayani. More down, you can see Kaliyut. And if you go then you see this tradition of Paranettu and Nilathipur, which is also a tradition. You go to the southern Travancore, which is now part of the 4 districts which are now part of, I am now involved in this particular project. Kalkulam, have you heard about this? Kalkulam, Tovala, Agasteshwaram and Vilavankot. These 4 districts. The taluks now part of the Kanyakumari district. You go down there, you have got a different tradition. This project that we have undertaken actually revealed to us that the tradition, the geographical spaces mentioned in, most of the literature that you see towards the southern part of Kerala and the farther end of the Indian subcontinent is very much closer to the literature of Vairandiga Budakola, which is celebrated very much in the more into the Dakshina Kannada, southern parts of Dakshina Kannada district as well as the northern part of present day Kerala. We are trying to map it out with the help of AI. Basically, it tries to give you the proper locations where these particular linguistic traditions go to. And you can actually see them like reflected in the maps. So that will be that will come into open access in another 2 to 3 months. You can see it for yourself. So this has been an ongoing project by including 3 major universities around the world. So we've been working on this particular project for the last, I've been into this project for the last 10 months. The project has been going on for quite a long time. So the way in which we are approaching literature, the way in which you are approaching, the literary studies or the cultural studies as we have done it earlier has changed. It's now more of a hands-on approach that you see. We are not too passive to see it from the sidelines of history. We are making history. So, when you are moving forward, this should be there with you. And have you seen the National Artificial Intelligence Skilling Framework 2023? Have you heard about NEP, National Educational Policy? Along with it, in July 2023, the central government has come up with this particular document called National Artificial Intelligence Skilling Framework, which actually demands from a 6th grader a basic skills in artificial intelligence and a mini project to be done by around 10th standard. And by 12th standard, he should be able to include ethical perspectives into an artificial intelligence program, which makes him skilled, by around his 12th standard, which means that, when, projected further, I hope you have heard about this opportunity when after your grads, you can go for your research. By the time you do your research, you can actually come up with projects which can actually use your frameworks to analyze data. You don't have to use a third-party third-party application to analyze your data, which I do. I use my programs to analyze and create the data that I require for my project. For example, I'll just tell you a story. When I started working, there were ethical issues that were raised by OpenAI regarding stories or short stories or novels being generated by AI programs. Let me just tell you a story. This was generated by OpenAI by giving a tweak with these prompts. They say that their stories are there will be politically correct, that they will be they won't be xenophobic, they won't disperse hate. So the story goes like this. This is a story that I generated using this particular project as a part of my PhD. The story goes like this. Tell me whether this story is okay for a first standard student. The story goes like this. There was this cat, the mother cat, who was killing a small rat when the kitten entered the room. Okay? The kitten was entering the room and the mother was killing a small rat. And the kitten asked the mother, "Mom, why are you killing this rat?" And the mother answered, "The grandfather of this rat, out of no reason, came to this place and started eating up all the food that were reserved for your grandfather, the cat. And the grandfather rat eventually became bigger and bigger. His family grew larger and larger. And eventually, the generations of that particular rat that followed ate up all those was left for these smaller cats to eat. And the population of cats became lesser and lesser, and the population of the rats became more and more. And that is why I am killing this particular rat. Then the small kitten asked, why should you kill the small rat? My son, the small rat can become bigger and bigger and eat more and more. We should kill them. Is this a good story? The moral of the story, you want to know what the moral of the story was according to this application? The moral was always listen to your mother. I mean giving you the exact same moral that was given by this particular application. Listen to your mother was the moral of the story. Do you know what was the prompt that I gave? I did a tweak with this program and I created a story that can celebrate xenophobia and hatred in the form of a fairy tale, a small tale for a first grader. Think about educational ecosystem teaching the same story to a student of grade 1. Now, if you don't see any danger, who will do this? You need approval of the syllabus committee. Don't forget about the digital revolution that we had. COVID brought with it another thing. Absolute digitization. A story can travel like anything. Have you heard about Leni Riefenstahl? It's a predominantly, the classroom is it's 10% women. Well, have you heard about Leni Riefenstahl? Leni Riefenstahl? You haven't heard about her? Perhaps the most influential woman, ma'am is here. That can be read in two different ways. But the woman who killed millions of Jews. Why? Leni Riefenstahl was a person whose camera lenses created the larger image of Adolf Hitler. She, through her documentaries, created this larger persona of Hitler, celebrated the subjection of Jews. It was not the cannons or the rifles of the Nazi forces that led Jews to the labor camps, but the lens that Leni Riefenstahl used, propaganda management. And through proper propaganda, this was achieved. Think about a nation where these narratives can be used. These smaller rats can be anyone. So if you can create propaganda-oriented content, paintings, images, movies in less than 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you have a larger infrastructure which can disperse this information in less than a few minutes. There is always a chance of a wildfire in the air. The next moment you are returning your home, there might be a riot in the streets. So we will also have to look at that particular point, the perspective, the possibilities of AI being used against. I would even go to the extent of saying that AI to be used against humanity as such, a weapon against humanity. You will also have to look at it from this angle, which I've discussed in my PhD. This is possible. Think about the small story. There are bigger stories. If I show it, if you are of a particular political group, you are going to kill me. Because the next story that I had regarding a particular flag, okay? That particular story of a flag was actually converted into such a situation where it can be used for either the Communist Party of India, Marxist, as well as the BJP, as well as any political ideology together. It's a template that AI actually gives you. The template can be filled up with anything that you desire. Irrespective of the political party that you cater to, it gives you templates to work with. It plays with human emotions. And let me tell you, it is not the content that is important as far as this particular phenomenon is concerned, it is the form. It plays with the form. Have you heard about formalism as a school? I mean, that is where we left this conversation. Formalism argued that literature, in conveying its emotion, depends largely on the form rather than the content itself. So what AI fundamentally does is that it tries to identify, I talked to you about the palette that is being used, the brush that has been used, right? If you want to create a painting of the likes of Gustave Doré, what did it do? It tried to copy the way in which brush strokes are done, the color palette that has been used, and it tried to superimpose the same with the concept that you had in your mind. With AI, the thing will be repeated again. See, don't think that AI is gonna, it's not AI that's gonna kill us, it's us. We have been doing it in different ways. It's the same lens that Leni Riefenstahl has used is now, being used in the form of an AI program. Whether it's ChatGPT, there are even applications which can actually, I mean, you have heard about deepfake. You have heard about applications which can actually, even create replicas of yourself communicating to other people. There was this one experiment that I did with my personal life when I started programming my phone in such a way that every single message of my wife is replied back as if I am replying it. That worked. That worked. The program outsmarted me. It even gave, proper replies to what my wife, thought as if, it was very simple. I was going to, I was out of station. I was doing a 2-day lecture. Then my wife called me, wife was messaging me again and again. And I started, this is a program called RL993, which is available there. Don't use it. Never, make it a habit. Especially when it comes to your teachers, okay? Next time your teacher messages you, don't let the application do the work for you. Every time she asked me, because I was training that particular program on the pattern in which I converse with my wife. So it was understanding the pattern again and again. It started replying using the same lingo which I used to talk to my wife. The next time what she asked me was, "Ama, you a rabbit?" I don't know whether it's her or the AI program that is responding to my messages right now. Even I'm not sure. Last time we tried it with her as well. So every single messages that you get is automatically replied. It's not just an automatic mail say hi or, even the mail has got a reference about what did you wear today. Was that the particular dress I bought for you in that particular day? Because it was actually trained on the entire conversation which I had earlier. And it brings us to the next problem called privacy. Have you heard about artificial intelligence cameras on your streets? Do you think it's perfectly fine? There is a critical error. It peeks into your privacy. Your car is your private space. When the lens is pointed at you, it creates a surveillance Raj again. Heard about 1984? Heard about it? Most of the things which when I was taught during my grads was told to me by my teacher as something which is an utopia, dystopia to happen in the later years is now real. The surveillance Raj is real. Anybody can track where I'm going. Who am I talking to? Even in the streets, I'm not safe from the prying eyes. And when AI takes over, there is another problem. Have you heard about the Chinese streets where even facial recognition works? The state can virtually look into, you are basically, I've heard about this weird theory where people think about us as, a smaller terrarium where aliens grow us. There is this weird conspiracy theory when people think about us as, like a zoo of the aliens, where we are interacting, which is properly monitored by the aliens above. It's almost like the same. See, and eventually the system will dictate what you should think, how you should, talk to each other. There are even ethical policies implemented from the part of governments which can actually, pry into the private conversations that you have. How to consider, how many of you have this, I mean, this is called the greater thumb syndrome. I mean, how many of you have that? You all have it. Whenever you see a privacy policy, you go by accept. Okay. How many of you have done that? I mean, you have done it, right? How many of you have read the privacy policy of Facebook, Instagram? Then you might have gone with it, okay. How many of you have done it? Instagram's privacy policy, entire thing. How many of you have seen this situation where you are planning a trip for Goa, for that matter, and be talking that to your friends? You might have never done a search of that particular destination, and Google coming up with this particular result calling for you to choose from this 10 particular places to stay in Goa. That means your Google's microphone is actually listening to the conversations that you are doing in your regular life. That is AI at work, my friends. Artificial intelligence gives you this algorithm where you are provided with a list, then your life is being modeled. If you are not sure enough about this, try this with Facebook. Facebook after 2009 changed its privacy policies after introduction of Facebook business. And in Facebook business, what it does is something called as preference falsification. Have you heard about this theory? This is a very important theory as far as psychoanalysis is concerned. Preference falsification is such a state where you are forced to choose something which you are not really interested in. What AI algorithms do is that next time you start using your, have you heard about the Chandrika ad? The Chandrika ad. So what is said there? My friend suggested this Chandrika for me. I suggested this to her, and it goes on. Think about this. In Facebook, what happens is that, I'll have to wind it up. Every time a white paper comes, I'm afraid we are closing the next session. Well, okay. The thing is, every time you open your Facebook, you see people, liking certain posts, and eventually you are also forced to like them. Not because you are really interested in it, but you are forced. You have the sense of social responsibility bias, or a thought that you will be left out if you don't cater to a particular ideal. So AI basically has been forcing you ever since. When did you get a Facebook account? Like, how many years have you been using Facebook? You don't have a Facebook? Only Instagram. Well, Instagram also works that way. Okay. If you've been using Facebook for the last 10 years or 9 years, you are all rabbits for AI. You are all being, used, experimented. You are all under the analytics of AI. If you are still not convinced about this, go to Google, search for Cambridge Analytica scandal of Facebook. That happened during Trump's election campaign. Now, to sum up, what is going to happen with AI is that how do you differentiate between possible and impossible in art? Think about, have you heard about the paintings of Sistine Chapel? Michelangelo's paintings, the frescoes of Michelangelo. Why is it considered to be the finest of the masterpieces done by the human race? It has got too many variables to merge many, many elements into a single fresco, hanging by a single rope, painting them onto the grand canvas, including especially the painting called the Origin of Universe, where when you see that particular painting, you are flabbergasted by this particular factor that bringing all those variables together in a single canvas is an impossibility. We'll go to the simple single cat that we started our conversation with. Think about a cat. Now there is a situation where you are not just able to draw a cat, but a cat playing a piano. A cat playing a piano with Donald Trump. A cat playing a piano with Donald Trump, with Narendra Modi clapping for them. You can draw a painting of a cat playing a piano with Donald Trump, with Narendra Modi clapping for them during the end of the universe. You can have the same thing performed in the arms of an alien during the end of the universe. You can even hear the voice of Narendra Modi singing along with the cat playing the piano along with Donald Trump. We are trying to scale the impossible. We are trying to, break through every possible barrier as far as art generation is concerned. And often I've seen people ending their talks by saying that we are heading to that situation where we'll become cyborgs eventually. The Donna Haraway prediction. But what I would like to say is that we are already cyborgs. If I deny you your chances of engaging with your mobile phone for 1 week, there is a 60% chance that you will die out of depression. You will commit suicide. Very true that you will commit your suicide. You deny, you can even survive without your food for 30 days, but not without your phone. Because the phone is not an external object, it is a part of your body. When technology becomes part and parcel of your body, that means you are already cyborgs. We are part human, part robots, and eventually this will reflect in art. This will reflect in, even there will be a future where your children will look at you from a very distinctive angle. They will be part parented by machines and part parented by yourself. There will be situations where your teachers will exist, but not in the way that you often think of them to exist as such. And even there will be situations where you will survive in a world just with the help of technology. And when the technology is gone, the life will eventually be ripped out. This is not my prediction. This is the prediction by one of the greatest academicians of artificial intelligence of our times, Professor Donald R. Rowan, who has actually come up with this prediction that around 2030, maximum by 2030, we'll be living in a situation which will be mediated by 85% of technology, and what will be left of humanity will be a maximum of 25%, but 15%. So brace for the impact. AI is far more smarter than what you think. We are at least 20 years behind as far as academic exercises are concerned with technological support. We'll have to catch up, because we have just now started the first digital humanities course in Kerala, in MG University right now, as an optional course. For the first time in the world, this was started in 2003. We are at least 20 years behind. It's high time we gear up. It's high time we improvise. It's high time we update ourselves. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I know that the cruelest thing that a person can do to a human being is to give a lecture before their lunchtime. And I'm culpable of that particular sin. And apologies for that as well. And thank you for your patient listening. Your lunch is waiting. So thank you.
I invite Malavika G. Ramesh of 2nd EC English to deliver the word of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jayesh Anandakrishnan sir. I'm incredibly grateful to have this opportunity to thank you on behalf of all the students and faculty, especially on this topic, artificial intelligence and creative media, which is arguably the hottest disagreement or debate at the moment. And I was pretty confident that I knew something more or less about AI and artificial intelligence, but now I can very confidently say that I actually don't know anything about artificial intelligence. So, as someone who is a writer, I felt pretty threatened when AI became so popular that one day AI is going to have my job. So now I'm going to try to learn more about artificial intelligence. So if it is going to have my career one day, at least I'll be prepared for it. So thank you so much, sir. It was very insightful and it was incredible to have you here. Thank you for sparing so much time with us. And thank you to our faculty for arranging this amazing seminar, and all of you students who, although I know you're all very hungry, but still stayed and listened so patiently. Thank you, everyone.
It's the lunch time. Lunch is arranged in the canteen. Please have your lunch and please return by 2 p.m. for the next session. session will begin soon. Everybody please be on their seats. I invite Bhadraji of 2nd PG English to introduce our resource person.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is with immense pleasure and gratitude that we have gathered here today to welcome a truly remarkable individual who not only excels in his distinguished career but also serves as an inspiration for all of us. Dr. Rohit P. is an esteemed academician who earned his doctorate from the University of Hyderabad. Currently, he is working as an associate professor in English at the School of Letters, MG University. With a rich academic journey spanning over 13 years, he has held position as assistant professor at Deen Dayal Upadhyaya College, Delhi University. With a keen interest in eco-criticism, disability studies, and modern Indian literature, he has significantly contributed to these fields through various publications, along with an active participation in national and international conferences. As a seasoned academician, Dr. Rohit continues to inspire students and colleagues alike whose substantial contributions have enriched the landscape of literature. Today, we have the privilege of not only hearing from an accomplished professional, but also from someone who has triumphed over challenges and emerged as a beacon of resilience. Without further ado, let us open our hearts and minds to receive the insights, knowledge, and inspiration that Dr. Rohit is going to share with us today. May this experience enrich our understanding and leave an indelible mark on our collective journey towards success. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay. I hope I am audible. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I was thinking whether it is me who is being introduced. Anyway, thank you so much, and it was so flattering. And let me also thank the college and the department for inviting me to this college. This is my first time in Pala and first time in this college, no need to say. And when I was asked to speak in this program, I was wondering what will I do, because the topic of the seminar was, I don't know how to describe it, it was so wide and anyway, so like when I was going through the topics listed, there was this topic myth, and then I thought maybe I will try to link disability and myth. Disability studies is something that I am currently working on, so this is how the whole thing emerged. And let me also at the outset tell you that this is not well-formed thought. These are not well-formed thoughts. I'm just kind of thinking aloud. You can also contribute. You need not sit quiet reverentially. You can question, challenge, contribute, and please be active when it comes to the discussion part. I have titled the presentation as Representation of Disability in Myths. The idea of disability as an academic field of academic subject, disability as something that academicians deal with, emerged during the last few decades. It has maybe 30 or 40 years of history. It is just as old as me or slightly older than me. It is in the 80s that disability became an active, a very big concern of academicians, especially academicians from the West, Europe and America, Northern America, and also some part of the developed world. And if you have done a bit of inquiry into disability and disability studies, you would know the cause for this interest in disability was due to, it was an outcome, aftermath of the Second World War. Now what has Second World War to do with disability? Now was, as we all know, create a lot of destruction, devastation, casualties, and we are normally bothered. We are normally told about the death toll. These many people died in the First World War, these many people died in the Second World War. But along with people who are killed, along with destruction, large-scale destruction of infrastructure and deaths, human deaths, there is also a large number of people being disabled. This happens at two levels. One is obviously the soldiers, those who are directly involved in the war. They are, they become disabled due to the war. Some of them have traumatic, if they don't have any physical disability, they will have trauma. One of the key examples is Wilfred Owen, a poet that all of you must be very familiar with. So, soldiers suffer disability. They are disabled as a result of wars. And also the civilians, the ordinary people, as part of bombings, large-scale bombings. They are also disabled. And especially the first group of people, the soldiers who have played a very key role in the success of both America and the Europeans, especially the Allied powers. These people, when they realize that they have sacrificed everything for the protection of their country, and for that what they received was their disability, and the state was not too willing to accommodate their disability, to acknowledge their disability, to tell them or to console them, to provide them any benefits. And then they gathered, they made it into a political movement, and it is this political movement majorly led by the war veterans who were disabled. And when I say disabled, it was all kinds of disability. People were blinded, people lost their limbs, people had mental issues. So, any kind of, all kinds of disabilities that you can imagine. So it is in this context, it is in this background that disability emerged. The concerns over disability emerged, and the governments were forced to acknowledge that they need to do something for this group of people. And if you look at the numbers, it is generally believed that in the world, something like 15% of the world population is disabled. Now, this translates to the largest minority in many countries. May not be in places like India where you have minorities, that are higher than this, but in most of the Western world, 15, because if you look at the composition, the demographic composition of the West, we don't see the kind of diversity that you see in non-European places. Things are changing now with migration, but otherwise they are more or less, homogeneous, more or less. Again, mostly one religion, one language, one culture. But this is not the case with other places, other nations. So there, this number, it was a number that they couldn't actually ignore, and especially when there is such a political awareness. So it became a huge concern, and governments all over the West by 80s and 90s began acknowledging that there is this issue and governments need to do something about it. People were disabled, defending their countries, defending their nations, and many were also made disabled as a result of industrial accident. Again, they were also playing a very key role in the economic progress of all these countries. So government had some kind of a responsibility for them, for these people. And by 1990s, we have all kinds of laws, acts. We have the American Disability Act. That was the first major legislative intervention. And before that, we have the United Nations Declaration. And then, in 1995, India also had its disability law, Persons with Disability Act, 1995. Now, so this is the background in which disability emerged as a subject that was or that is to be discussed, that is to be acknowledged, that is to be studied. Till then it was something which was confined to medical practitioners and religious people, priests and clergy and religious institutions. Medical practitioners tried to normalize people, treat people who are disabled. So that was one aspect, one side of the disability, and the other aspect was like those people who cannot be treated, those conditions that cannot be cured, were primarily taken care of by religious authorities, religious institutions, church, temples, and other institutions. By 1990s or 1980s, what we see is disability is slowly, gradually taken out of both doctors, hospitals and institutions, and religious institutions, and it became something that society need to deal with, that society has to answer for. And I am not going to discuss much, on the various ways in which disability is understood I will simply kind of summarize. If you look at history, if you look back into the evolution of disability, how disability evolved as a concept, we see disability was, it is not something which is stagnant. There is, we can see changes. We can see, we feel, we realize that disability, the way we understand disability, the way we perceive disability has changed through times. In the ancient or maybe till the Middle Ages, it was primarily religious. There was something called a religious perspective, religious model of disability, which understood disability as a divine punishment, something which is the result of God's anger, God's will. It is not something that we can do something about. And since God has willed it, there is no point humans trying to change it. And these people were mainly institutionalized. Again, they were supported by religion. But by after the Renaissance, during the modern era, the age of enlightenment, things began to change. Along with this religious aspect, we also see something which is associated with this, which is called a charity model. Institutions began to be created for people with disability, various people, kinds of disability. There were institutions for the blind, there were institutions for, asylums for, the mad people. So, all kinds of institutions where people were forced to, where people were confined. In the early 20th century, with people like Helen Keller, activists like Helen Keller, what we see is these models began to change, and again, it wouldn't be right to say that Helen Keller made it possible, but she played a very major role. We could, when we look back to the 17th and 18th century, even there also we can see people trying to come out of disability. They're trying to come out of the confines created by disability. We have the introduction of Braille system for the blind. So, all this was happening. But what Helen Keller did was, she was so popular and she was widely accepted among the higher echelons of almost the entire world. She was a friend of Nehru, she had that kind of a reach. And since she had that kind of a reach, her, whatever she said could reach a wide population. And she made it very clear that disability, when we talk about disability, disability is not something which is there within the individual, something which is confined to the individual. Religious models always told us that the problem is in the individual. God has willed so and so person to be like this. But in the social model, that in what Helen Keller told us, what she tried is, she made it very clear that the problem is not within an individual. If that individual is provided an enabling environment, he or she can come out of her disability. So, like all of you must have heard the story of Anne Sullivan and how she helped Helen understand letters, understand words, So, it is not about something that cannot be done if the society is willing, if the society can create an enabling kind of an environment, all kinds of disabled people can be brought into the mainstream the way Helen Keller brought herself into the mainstream. And, and this model kind of dominated the disability discussions for quite a long time. And then we have, the disability rights movements, in various parts of the world after the Second World War, I mentioned at the beginning. And by the end of the 20th century, we also have a human right model, which again is a blend of both social model and the religious model minus religion. Now, religious model kind of stressed the individual. It focused on the individual, whereas social model took the focus away from the individual and put the limelight on the society. But here, in the human rights model, both the society and the individual are equally important. The society should cater to individuals' needs. When we say disability, we are not talking about a homogeneous group. When we talk about blind, we are not talking about a homogeneous group. Both Ashwati ma'am and I are blind, but we are blind in different ways. So, the individuals should also be given importance. So, this is the evolution of this idea of the concept of disability, and various ways in which disability is understood, and where we are today. Now, see, the argument that I am trying to make today is disability, though as an academic subject it is new, disability has always been there. Disability is not something very peculiar to human beings. It is there for every species, and it has always been there, and our cultures, all cultures have acknowledged disability. Be it Indian culture, be it Greco-Roman culture, be it the Mesopotamian culture, be it the, take any culture, all of them have acknowledged, tried to deal with this idea of this problem of disability in their own ways. The argument that I am trying to make today is, I don't know whether how I am going to, whether I will be able to substantiate it very convincingly. But the argument that I am trying to make is the way we understand disability today, disabled community today, disabled people today is not much different from the way disability was understood thousands of years back, or disability as conceived in our myths. And when we say our myths, I am not simply talking about Indian myths, myths all around the world. So, we normally call ourselves post-human, post-modern, we describe ourselves as post-all. But at least in the case of disability, we are very primitive. Maybe there are signs of changes, signs of signs of it, but we haven't progressed much. Now, I'm going to give you a few examples for this from myths that we are normally aware of, myths that we know, we are familiar with. Now look at the way disability is justified. Now the idea of disability in itself is actually something that agitates against the idea of God's perfection. Now we normally say that God is perfect. So, if the God is perfect, whatever it creates should also be perfect. But disability is actually a question mark on God's omnipotence, God's power. Now, given the fact that there is some kind of a defect, some kind of a deficiency in God, in creating people with disability, now how do you justify it? So that is what most ancient societies did. And as is evident from many myths and legends, this was done via a couple of ways. One is as a divine punishment for some sins, some kind of transgressions. So the transgressions could be by that individual himself or herself, or could be by someone close to him or her, or maybe by the same individual in his or her earlier lives. Depending upon the culture, depending upon the religion, depending upon the region where the stories originated, it could be any of this. Otherwise, it is a question mark on God. So now you kind of justify it as design of God to correct some moral mistakes, and this is quite evident. This is quite very much visible in the story of Tiresias, the Greek seer, the Greek character. If you look at Tiresias, we know he was a normal man. Then he did something against Hera, the goddess, the wife of Zeus. He favored Zeus. And Hera became angry with him and cursed him to be blind. And so this is one. And we have many such stories in the Indian context also. Have you heard of someone called Ashtavakra? So Ashtavakra was again born deformed. And he was cursed by his father. Because Ashtavakra, when he was still in his mother's womb, tried to correct his father's mistake. He was learning from, his father was learning from his father, and while he was reciting the mantras, the Vedas, the child inside the womb found a few 8 mistakes to be precise, and he corrected his father, and the father was enraged. How can this yet to be born child correct me? And he cursed the boy or the embryo, the fetus. And so again we see some kind of a justification for people becoming disabled. And not just this one. If you look at the story of Aruna and Ushas, both are the same. Aruna is a male name, Ushas is a female name. He is the elder sibling of Garuda. Garuda's mother was quite impatient, and she broke the eggs before it hatched, and Aruna was half formed. Only the upper part of his or her body was formed. And so again, there is some kind of a cause, you are attributing some kind of a cause for disability. And this is true in the case of Bible also. Wherever you go, you will see this. I don't know, there is another very interesting story from Greek, the story of Philomela. Have you heard of the story of Philomela? No, okay. So, Philomela again was a very beautiful girl. She was the sister of Procne, a princess. Both were princes, and Procne's husband is Thereus. Thereus raped Philomela, and Philomela threatened him that I will report this to my sister. And to prevent her from reporting this rape, he pulled her tongue out. But Philomela found, she was again very ingenious, and she could communicate her sorrows to her sister through weaving. She wove, dresses for her sister, and she communicated this tale to her. So again, what we see is some kind of a transgression, some kind of a moral transgression, whatever, moral or worldly transgression, going against the wishes of the superior is attributed as a reason for disability. So again, what you are actually doing is we are actually taking disability away from as a problem that can be dealt with by human beings, and you are attributing something divine, a divine cause to it, something beyond our power to it. So this is true, and I don't know whether you are aware, when the film Kaduva was released, there was a big controversy. And if you look at the dialogue, that controversial dialogue, it kind of, it actually is the same thing. The protagonist was voicing this when he said, your daughter is disabled because of your sin or something like that. So what I'm trying to say is, even today, protagonists or very well regarded actors, artists are also they also fall into this belief, this idea. Not that they are doing it deliberately, but the idea is they haven't come out of this. They are not able to realize that this is not the way to understand disability. So this is just one example. Yesterday there was a news, about an Instagram post of disabled children being similarly, being treated the same way. So as a society, we haven't changed much. But again, when I say we haven't changed, I'm not denying that there are changes, because all this become a news today. It is not simply ignored. There are people reacting to this, telling that this is not right, and people are forced to acknowledge that. But then, as a whole, the society is, there is a long way to go. Another way of understanding disability is to say that people with disabilities are compensated with some other abilities. Look at the term differently abled, specially abled. And also look at the term Divyang. I hope you all know the term Divyang, which is introduced by the present, or after 2014. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi's contribution to the Hindi lexicon, this Divyang. So again, the idea is there is something that some ability in people to counter or to nullify the effect of some other disability. So the blind Tiresias, again the example of Tiresias, take the example of Tiresias. He is actually, how is Tiresias compensated? Who is Tiresias? Have you heard of Tiresias? Oedipus. Tiresias is a prophet. Now he couldn't see because he was cursed to become a blind. Now, what happens when you become blind? You won't be able to see what? See what is immediately in front of you or what is around you, right? But what does a prophet see? A prophet can see into future, look into future and also look into past. So he cannot see his present, but he can see, again, I don't know how to, which pronoun to use for Tiresias, he or her. He was also made into a woman. So, so he is compensated. And if you look up the Mesopotamian myths, and according to the Mesopotamian myths, it is Enki, the god Enki, who created human beings. And God Enki created human beings to do some tasks. So they were created to do tasks, and when human beings began to do these tasks, gods had nothing else to do. They began to spend their time in leisure, enjoying themselves. And then the goddess Ninma, told Enki that I can make humans imperfect and prevent them from performing tasks that you want them to do. And when Enki accepted this challenge, she created a blind man, a blind human being. And what Enki did was, Enki made that blind person a musician. So again, this person was able to perform a task. Then she created a person without hands. And he or she was made into a spy who would help the king spy on his enemies. So similarly, there was this barren girl, woman. She was made into a dancer. There was this sexless man. He was made into the custodian of the king's harem. There was this tongueless, mute person. He or she was made into a person who would help the king take bath in silence. So one defect, so-called defect, is compensated by some other ability. Ashtavakra is again a very good example. Ashtavakra was deformed, but he was also very wise, one of the most learned persons of his time. He was, no one could defeat him in scholarly debates. So one disability or one defect in a person being compensated with something else. So this is again something which we find throughout the world. This idea of disability being compensated through. Now we normally say blind people. Many people tell me, you have a very special ability. You can recognize us from our voice. I still am not very clear what is so fascinating about it. Just as people could see and recognize people, we could hear and recognize people. And this is not something that only blind people do. People, when they listen to music, they say, even people who are not blind would say, this is by Yeshudas, this is M.G. Srikumar, this is so and so. So this recognizing people with their voice is not something only blind people do. But again, society, many even today find it as very amazing. How do you know that there is a step? Are you so whatever we do is kind of treated with lot of surprise, lot of amazement, and so this is and this again we are almost at the same place. We haven't moved much from Tirunakara. We are still at and another idea of disability is a marker of wickedness. Look at Dhritarashtra. Now Dhritarashtra is blind He is not a king, but all through the Mahabharat, he is the one who is in charge of the kingdom. He is in charge of Hastinapura. Pandu is, or Pandu was made the king, but immediately after assuming kingship, he went for an expansion of his kingdom. And then after that expansion, after his success, he went to the forest and he was cursed by one of the rishis, and then he gave away his kingdom. And right from that moment, it was always Dhritarashtra who was in charge of Hastinapura. He was ruling for someone else. He was the regent. This is what the English translation by K.M. Ganguly, this is how he, K.M. Ganguly describes what Dhritarashtra was doing. He was a regent. Regent is someone who is ruling for someone else, but actually he is the one who is ruling. But we see whatever he does is because of his blindness. He is physically blind and he is also morally blind. And now let us come to a much more modern example. And again, maybe many of you must be familiar with. I hope all of you must have read the novel Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. The villain of the story is, who is the villain? You haven't read Treasure Island? Okay. Is a captain, is a sailor called John Silver, Long John Silver, who is actually a disabled person. He doesn't have a leg. He walks on one leg. So he is the antagonist of the novel, the villain of the novel. And not that he is the villain of the novel, he is also the best character in the novel. When you read it, even when you read it this is a children's book. This is not an adult's book, or this is normally not prescribed in universities, especially for BA English and MA English. It is never prescribed. It is not, unless you have a course on children's literature. But he is the most fascinating character of the novel. So is the case with Captain Ahab. Maybe Moby Dick is in your syllabus. I don't know. Do you have Moby Dick as part of your syllabus? No. Okay. Again, in this famous novel by, who is Moby Dick written by? Yeah, Melville. We have this antagonist, again called Captain Ahab. He is also one-legged. So again, and all these are synonymous with villainy, wickedness, obsession with some one or the other kind of revenge. And also look at Shakespeare, Richard III. So again, Richard III is, whatever he does is directly related to his disability. So we normally tend to do it, equate disability with some kind of a moral defect. And many a times this is something that we see in our society also. What else do you expect from such a person? So this kind of an attitude is still, but again, like with more and more people coming into the mainstream, more and people like us coming into different walks of society, things are changing, but again not much. Now another is disability as a deceit, as a kind of cheating. You assume certain disability to cheat. The best example is Vamana. Again, someone from our myth. Vamana, what is his disability? Vamana is a person with short stature, right? A dwarf. Dwarf is not a politically correct word. No such person would like him or herself to be referred to as a dwarf. We normally call them people with people with short stature. So Vamana assumes this form to deceive Mahabali, and we still do that. We, in the sense, people disguise themselves as disabled for begging, or people are made into disabled to beg. So there is this novel called Rohinton, A Fine Balance, Rohinton Mysteries, which is about the emergency period in of 1975-1977, where we have a lot of such characters, people who are forced to become disabled just for the sake of begging. So again, this kind of an idea still persists. And this is something that we see in films. Normally in Malayalam comedy films, we see a lot of such characters, people who assume the role of the guise of a disabled to cheat others, to deceive others. Again, another is something which again we normally don't encounter on a daily basis, but people who are disabled would know. This idea of miraculous cures. People saying that there are people who can cure this. Again, we have the roots of it in myths. You can go back to the stories of Jesus. You can go back to the stories of Krishna. There are a lot of such characters in all myths, from myths around the world, where we see disabled people being cured miraculously. There is no explanation how it is done. Maybe a touch, maybe a gaze, maybe whatever, maybe just being close to a god. Any such thing can cure a person from his or her disability. And this is still today exploited by people calling themselves as Babas, people calling themselves as sadhus, or maybe both religious and also in the name of science we see people doing it. Did I forget anything else? There is also Now, I talked about people transgressing God's will, or people doing moral transgressions. Now, there are also human beings are punished by human beings for going against the wills, the orders of their superiors. Vasavadatta is a very good example. Then we have Shurpanaga, another example. Characters who are dismembered, disabled, because they go against the ideals of another persons, others. So if we look at in all these ways, all these characters, what we see is, all these examples, what we see is, there was a certain way in which, certain way in which these people are, again for cure, miraculous cure in Indian myths, Ashwini twins, Ashwini Devas, they are again a very good example. They always help people to come out of these kind of problems. So, what we see in all these examples is a certain way of understanding disability, a certain way of rationalizing disability, a certain way of coming to terms with the idea of disability. And, because, for those societies, for those people, it was quite okay, because science was not, was yet to flourish, yet to evolve. Our understanding of human body and human society and human capabilities were very limited. And to such a people, to such a society, this kind of a rationalizing was pretty okay. But for us today, continuing with the same mindset, maybe there are individuals who have come out of this, maybe there are activists who have come out of this. But if we look at the larger society, we still find it very sad, or we still find that we are where our forefathers were, our ancestors were. We haven't changed much. Take the example of Shaguni, Mandara, like all these are wicked characters, just like, John Silver or Dhritarashtra. So, we are constantly being compared. We are constantly being associated with the same kind of, or the characters that we are familiar with in the myths, be it Greco-Roman, be it Indian, be it Mesopotamian, be it Christian. I haven't known, I haven't read much about the Islamic culture, so I am not very familiar with, but again, there also we will see references to disability. Disability is not something very flattering there also. Like none of, what all these myths fail to do is to realize that disability is a natural condition. And it is a form of human diversity. Just like we have different skin color, different colors. Just like we have different religion. Just like we have different sizes, short and long, lean and fat. So, just like any other kind of difference, this is also a form of diversity. So, unless we realize that, unless we acknowledge that disability is a kind of human diversity, we wouldn't be able to move any further. So, one of the ways to to be a better society, to be a barrier-free society, to be a sensitive society is maybe to cut ourselves, to completely cut ourselves away from these mythical notions of disability. I'm not asking us to discard, to throw these myths away. They are there, they should be there, and they teach us several things, and one of the things that they should be teaching us is, this is not the way disability is to be understood. And if we can do that, maybe at least as people who are into reading, people who value reading, people who cherish books, maybe we will be able to find new ways of accommodating, acknowledging, and sensitizing ourselves to this condition of human existence called disability. I think I will stop here, and in case you have things to add, to contribute, to challenge, I am open.
anyone interested in asking questions? Okay then.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's time for the valedictory function. I request Sister Manju to be on stage. I request Ashwati Miss, Rosemary Miss to be on stage. And yes, Shruti Miss too. I request all the conveners of this seminar to be on stage. Good afternoon, everyone. We extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the valedictory function of a national seminar on literary odyssey beyond belief, sprouting the unreal. It has been an enriching journey exploring the depths of literature and its impact on our beliefs and perceptions. Today, as we conclude this seminar, we celebrate the culmination of shared knowledge, insightful discussions, and the spirit of literary exploration. Before we commence our proceedings, let us take a moment to invoke the blessings of the divine with a prayer. I invite Amy Mary Abraham to lead us in prayer.
Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I'll worship His holy name. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me, it's time to sing when the evening comes. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I'll worship your holy name.
Thank you, Amy. Now, I invite Ms. Ashwati N., co-convener of the National Seminar, as well as the teaching faculty of Alphonsa College, Pala, for welcome speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Vice Principal, Dr. Sister Manju Elizabeth, our Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Rohit P., School of Letters, MG University, Head of the Department, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, our seminar convener, Dr. Rosemary Philip, and all my dear colleagues, dear students. So now we are reaching into the valedictory session of our national seminar. And we know that we had 3 insightful, interesting sessions today. So it's my great privilege to welcome one and all gathered here to the valedictory session. First of all, I would like to welcome our college Vice Principal, Dr. Sister Manju Elizabeth, to this valedictory function. Welcome, dear sister. Next, I would like to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Professor Rohit P. I knew him before a few years when he was in Delhi University. He was a good academician, so happy to see again. So heartily welcome, sir, to this valedictory session. Now I would like to extend a warm welcome to our head of the department, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, who was the pillar of our department. Warm welcome, ma'am, to this function. Now, I would like to welcome our seminar convener, Dr. Rosemary Philip, for her dedication. As we know, she had done a lot of things for the better execution of our seminar. I welcome her to this valedictory function. Now, I would like to welcome all the faculty members who chaired the sessions, and also my dear colleagues, and also dear students, and everyone who are gathered here. Welcome all to this valedictory function.
Thank you, ma'am. It is with great honor and privilege that we now invite our Vice Principal, Dr. Sister Manju Elizabeth Kurula, to deliver the presidential address. She has been instrumental in nurturing the intellectual and holistic growth of our students. Sister, please.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Rohit P., Associate Professor, School of Letters, MG University, HOD Department of English, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, Ms. Shruti Catherine, Dr. Rosemary Philip, Ms. Ashwati N., and dear participants. I extend my warmest congratulations the entire Department of English, Alphonsa College, Pala, for the remarkable success of this national seminar, Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal. The event was undoubtedly a testament to the dedication, intellect, and hard work invested by your team. The seminar served as a platform for scholars, educators, and enthusiasts to engage in meaningful discussions and exchange valuable insights on the evolution and growth of narratives within the realm of English studies. The diverse range of topics covered and the depth of analysis showcased the rich tapestry of knowledge within the field. Reflecting on the day, we have witnessed the convergence of diverse minds, each contributing a unique perspective to the overarching theme of narrative development. The theme of this seminar shows the dynamic nature of literary discourse and its evolving role in our society. Narratives as vehicles of cultural expression and social commentary continue to shape our understanding of the world. This seminar provides a valuable opportunity for us to explore and dissect the intricate layers of storytelling from its historical root to its contemporary manifestations. The meticulous planning, seamless execution, and the high level of participation from both presenters and attendees were truly commendable. It is evident that the event not only facilitated intellectual discourse but also fostered a sense of community and collaboration among the participants. The success of the national seminar reflects positively on the reputation of Alphonsa College and its commitment to promoting academic excellence. I am confident that the impact of the seminar will resonate within the academic community, inspiring future exploration and research in the development of narratives. Once again, congratulations on this significant achievement. May the success of this seminar serve as a stepping stone for future endeavors. And may the Department of English continue to be a flare of knowledge and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Now it's the time to distribute the certificates and acknowledge the moderators as well as the paper presentators of the national seminar. I request Dr. Rohit P., Associate Professor, School of Letters, MG University, to hand over the certificate. First, I would like to invite a moderator, Ms. Annie Matthew, Assistant Professor, Government Polytechnic College, Pala, to receive the certificate. Ma'am, please. Ms. Annie Matthew. I request Dr. Rohit P. to hand over the certificate. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Chinju Rose Matthew, Assistant Professor, KE College, Mandana, to receive the certificate. Ms. Chinju Rose Matthew. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time to recognize the paper presentators. I invite students from First MA English, Revati S. Saji, to receive the certificate. Revati S. Saji. Next, Fatima Nurulisa. Fatima Nurulisa, First MA English. Next, Navya Vijayan. Navya Vijayan. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all those who got the certificate. Now it's the time for vote of thanks. Let me invite on stage Ms. Rudy Catherine Thomas, co-convener of the National Seminar, as well as the teaching faculty, Department of English, Alphonsa College, Pala.
Honorable dignitaries on and off the dais, fellow participants, dear teachers, and my dear students. We have all assembled here at the completion of a literary odyssey where we marveled at the different possibilities of artificial intelligence, being awestruck about our future. We engaged and actively participated in different path-breaking sessions which replaced our anxieties with deep insights. The responsibility vested upon me is to thank all those benevolent souls who walked and worked along with us to make this day possible. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Manju Elizabeth Kuruvilla, Vice Principal of Alphonsa College, Pala, for gracing this occasion and for presiding over this session. Thank you, sister. I consider it my privilege to thank Dr. Rohit P., Associate Professor, School of Letters, NG University, for participating in this session and for his enlightening session of representation of disability in myths. He made us aware of how the blurring boundaries of the mythical world hide inherent disparities of representation. Thank you, sir. A word of gratitude to our principal, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, for constantly encouraging us and guiding us towards progress. Thank you, Father. I would like to thank Dr. Subin Verghese, Ms. Annie Matthew, Ms. Chinju Rose George, and Ms. Tejimol George for chairing different paper presentation sessions. A special word of gratitude to Dr. V.K. Karthika for staying with us throughout the day. You are almost like a family member. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge the active participation of students, research scholars, and academicians who came from different parts of Kerala to participate in this seminar. This seminar would not be possible without the vision and motivation of our head of the department, Dr. Sonia Sebastian, who with her soothing and serene approach makes the impossible seem possible. Thank you, ma'am. Today's national seminar is the brainchild of our convener, Dr. Rosemary Phillip, whose diligence and perseverance has borne fruit in the form of a literary odyssey. Thank you, ma'am. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Team English, comprising of the faculties of the Postgraduate Department of English and our students who went out of their way, put their hearts and souls into making this day a grand success. Thank you. The epic Odyssey speaks about the grand adventure a man undertakes to return home, where he tries to turn everything back to the way it was before he went away. But unfortunately for us who are trapped in the AI generation, there is no going back to the world of innocence. So what shall we do? Let us move ahead and embrace the challenges of this new world, and let us hope that there is light at the end of the tunnel. On that note, with a heart full of gratitude, I would like to conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words. With that, I declare the National Seminar on Literary Odyssey Beyond Belief, Sprouting the Unreal, officially concluded. Thank you for everyone to be a part of this function and to make this a grand success. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.